Hello, everyone, and welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix 2026. We are in Xi'An, China, a city of just over 13 million, and we're about 2.5-hour plane ride northwest of Beijing. In the spectacular Xi'an Arena, where over the next 3 days, we will see many wonderful junior skaters, some we know and some we don't. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. He'll be joining me from his home studio in Nottingham. Now, the Junior World Champions from last year in pairs, Kemp and Eliza off of Canada, have moved into seniors. The dance champions of Baboan and Vesalukin from the United States are returning to the junior ranks this season. However, the men's champion from Japan, Ryo Nakata, and four-time women's champion, also from Japan, Mao Shimada, will go up against the seniors this season, and that we will follow with great interest. So we begin the 4-year journey to the French Alps and the 2030 Winter Olympic Games. 7 weeks, 7 countries, close to 1,000 entries. It's day one, and up next, second event of the day, the women's short program. 34 entries from 29 nations, and it starts right now. Welcome, everyone, to Xi'an, China, day number 1, event number 2. I'm Ted Barton, Mark Hanratty, joining me from the studio in Nottingham. We've just finished the rhythm dance. We're about to start 34 women, and we'll step aside as you get introduced to the first group. Well, Mark, there you go. A look at the first group. Take you to the ice, 34 women. There are 6 groups. Let's talk a little bit, Mark, now about the events, or about the changes in single skaters. There's just a few rules. There's not so many, and really not impacting the short program.
Yeah, you're so right, Ted, that the changes that have been made this season at the start of this new Olympic cycle are a little bit more pertinent for what's to come in the free skate. In this new short program, the only real changes might be some slightly increased scoring, because the scale of values for the spins have been impacted a little bit, and the step sequence too. So now a level 4 spin, which is the maximum level that can be attained for any of the 3 mandatory spins in a short program, is about half a point to 0.7 of a point higher than it was last season. So in addition, step sequence, it's about 0.22 of a point higher at the highest level. So there's potential for the skaters, if they have the same kind of jump content, to score higher short programs.
Well, good start on all that information. Of course, we've got more in the free program to talk about a little bit later. And Mark, as we always do, we've asked people to send in questions as we go through the first warm-up group. What have you got coming in so far?
So, yes, thank you to those that have sent in questions. We're really appreciative of it, and we'll be, I'm sure, continually requesting more of that intel and engagement throughout the course of the 7 weeks of Junior Grand Prix and the multiple events. But one of the questions that we have had coming in from at Ruiz Han is, what common qualities do you see in junior skaters who successfully transition to seniors?
Okay. You're going to need to answer that question because for me, you broke up a little bit, so I didn't hear it fully. So,
Oh, well, in that case, in terms of the components that help skaters to transition successfully from juniors to seniors, in terms of well, we're looking at the women's event, then really helpful attributes would be to have fundamentally good quality skating skill and also biomechanically really sound jumping technique. One of the things that is perhaps a little early in the series to acknowledge, but one of the things that um, impacting skaters when they transition into the senior ranks is that as they age, their bodies will change a little bit. And sometimes, unless the skater has been taught and uh, educated on really fundamentally good biomechanical jump technique, then it can be harder when your bodies change and as at a senior age to maintain the same level of difficulty. So that's why good fundamental jump technique, good takeoffs, good rotational positions, good landings, that is crucial to a
yeah,
successful transition
and as you get
from
as you
juniors.
grow and as you get stronger as well, there's always a bit of time that you have to adapt to that new body, which is really what you're talking about. If you have good fundamentals, good technique, then adding strength to that, that's going to transfer into a really strong senior, and that can take 2 or 3 years as you're growing. Some people go really really quickly, and some take a little bit longer. So good point there. How about another question?
So, our favorite podium memory. Now, I think that would be one perhaps attributed to favorite podium, not that we have been on, but one that we have seen. Go for it,
Yeah,
Ted.
not that we've been, yeah, we haven't been on too many podiums, that's for sure. You know what? Rio Nakata in Bangkok wore the outfit and his father didn't know. He
um,
took his father's costume. His father was a great skater as well, as his father had skated to the Pirates of the Caribbean, and he snuck that in his luggage, and he took that to Bangkok, and he went to the podium, and he wore that costume, not the costume he wore in competition, but his father's costume onto the podium. That was a special moment.
yeah, beautiful. And for me, I'm always so happy to see when there is interaction on a podium. And I think, of course, we're watching the juniors now, but for me, Kaori Sakamoto, the world champion from Japan, she's showcased so many experiences whereby she has engaged with the other medalists or perhaps helped them on the podium. And I think that's just, wow, I'm a sucker for some heartwarming human stories. So
Well,
Kaori Sakamoto for
and
me is a
and further with that, I think that what we have seen is huge growth and popularity of the sport worldwide because of Olympic Games and the World Championships, not because of the brilliant skating alone, but because of how the skaters have supported one another. And the drama and trauma of a big loss, for Ilya and for Kauri, and then the victories for others, but the sharing and support for each the person who didn't achieve their goals and those one that did. So it's pretty spectacular skaters, but even more so as a human being.
And as we head into this final moment of the warm up, question is going to have to be a quick one, though, Ted. What inspired you to pursue figure skating?
I took figure skating to improve my hockey skills, and then when they said, "Okay, you have to quit figure skating now because we want you back on the rep team or whatever it was," and I don't like being told what I can't do, so I just said, "Okay, yeah, okay, watch this," and I've switched it into it. And then I realized how difficult it was, and that was really frustrating. Very frustrating time, but I'm like a dog with a bone. Like I won't let it go until I can figure it out, poorly maybe, but figure it out. So the challenge of the sport is what really attracted me.
Always interested as we now head into the final seconds of the warm up. We'll return to the questions that have been sent into us, and again, thank you for them. Just seeing now the simulation of the takeoffs. We spoke briefly in the warm up about the importance of good quality technique. Interesting to see the skaters on the ice just simulating the technique on their takeoffs now as they prepare to leave the ice.
Well, the first skater represents China, and of course you can see the audience on screen. It's a good-sized audience here for day one, and evidently it's sold out for tomorrow. So this is not like a junior Grand Prix, it's more like a senior Grand Prix. Our first skater represents China, Chen Xi'An, 13 years old. This is her first junior Grand Prix assignment. She is coached by Jiali Wang and choreographed by John Shu.
What a moment for this 13-year-old, a skater that has competed regularly and abundantly in domestic events. So, of course, home nation, some similarity, but much bigger stage.
Well, what a great performance by Chen Xi'An from China, the first skater out in the women's short program. Absolutely brilliant. The pressure was on here at home, and she delivered all the way to the delight of the audience here. That was simply outstanding, and she's going to get a pretty good score here. We'll take a look at some of the elements. Wow. Skating to the music of Edith Piaf. Charming, brilliant, entertaining.
And at just 13 years old, how wonderfully well she has coped with the pressure. And what I'm so appreciative of is not just the quality of the technique in the jumps, but here, just watching this introduction, there's a body control and alignment that is classy.
Great fight on that landing to the triple toe loop. Beautiful extensions and nice Ina Bauer stepping right up into the double axel. Good flow on the landing as well. Just wonderful quality on everything. Triple Lutz, the final jumping pass, lands it beautifully. All the spins level 4. Step is level 4 as well. So she really is maxing out on the on her base values on all the elements. Just one element in the minus, landing on the quarter on the triple toe on the combination. But other than that, top notch.
Yeah, and even there, seeing the layback, the centering maintained as well. So the quality of the spins showcased on the replay too. So Really brilliant. And I suppose now, the challenge is going to be on for the other Chinese skaters within this competition as well, because that sets the bar high.
For sure. And she's going to start the competition with a 61.97. That is a big score to start this competition. Wow, simply brilliant. She looked pretty happy. Our next skater represents Chinese Taipei, Sun Si Lai, 13 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix assignment. She's coached by Chi Sao and choreographed by Riona Kato.
Said she will skate to the track Game of Survival. Sun Si Lai completes her first short program at the Junior Grand Prix. And this is a skater that is so committed to the sport. She lives in Taichung in Taiwan and has to travel 2 hours for training in Taipei. Started her skating career on rollerblades and now taking to the ice. And that program, a real testament to her strength of character, because to come back from an opening fall and then rally to do the triple toe and then the double axel really showcases resilience in the mental preparation and mental fortitude in the moment.
Yeah, she didn't skate with fear after that mistake, which was really impressive. We'll take a look at some of the elements here. And this first triple Lutz, just a little wonky on the takeoff, see in the air, a little bit too far back on the heel, under-rotated as well, takes the fall, but it's got to park that mentally. She does. She comes right back with a triple toe, reloads, second triple toe. That's being reviewed, and it's under-rotated, but still, nevertheless, she landed. And then, of course, the double axel mark.
Yeah, and going for it, so we'll see some of the grade of execution criteria has been tweaked and changed. So we'll see some more of the skaters putting difficult exits onto the landings, as we saw there from Sensei. This a good sit behind feature, maintaining speed into the upright variation. Again, speed maintained well through the spin, and that, although a level 3, has a positive grade of execution to conclude the program at the 7th of the 7 elements.
Yeah, and talking about it all the time there, but the fact is, being able to park a mistake mentally, emotionally, and to move forward is a skill. Sometimes people just have it. They just, oh, I don't care about that. I'm going to just go through this program. Sometimes you have to learn it, because if you tighten up and get nervous because you've made one mistake, quite often it leads into another mistake. So as we take a look at the technical panel, there are 5 out of the 7 elements currently under review. They're on the last element at the moment. We can see them working so closely together, so focused on the screens in front of them as they take a look at the replays in detail, and then make the decision for under rotations, generally speaking, and for positions as well. She anxiously waits in the kiss and cry for the scores.
And interesting as we see, wonderful to see that glorious smile and the kiss and cry from Sensei. You can see the apprehension on the technical panel as well. They are having to focus hard, and they'll be nervous too to make sure that they deliver their best. Yeah.
And consistency throughout the competition. 41.23, and that'll put her currently into second place early on in the competition. Well, our next skater also represents China, Xi'An, 15 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, placing 5th last year in Bangkok. So she can make the podium here. Well, we'll see. She's coached by Jiali Wang and choreographed by Adam Soya in the short program.
And we have some of the same coaching staff that are shared with Shen Shijin, who leads the field. Maybe there's some pressure for Xi'An now, after what has taken place from her compatriot and training mate already, skating to Kuza dance from Cirque du Soleil.
Well, Mark, even though there were a couple mistakes, boy, the quality of these elements in this skater is really at the highest level. Those mistakes are going to be a bit costly, but you can see the height in the jump, especially that triple flip. She fell in the triple toe loop after that. Deep edges, good knees, had a bit of a stumble in front of the judges as well. That's going to be costly. But if you look past that and see the skills, highly skilled young skater.
Oh, totally. Xi'An from China, just really classy. And I've noted she's attempted a quad axel. I've seen her do a triple axel on the harness on her social media. She's obviously got a high technical aspiration, and we saw that with the quality of this opening triple lutz. But it's backed up with a refinement and class in the component scores as well. So a very all-rounded athlete. Just a shame that today, of course, there was the mistake on the jump combo that was later in the program.
Yeah, really good spin quality, good positions, good speed. Watch the size of that triple flip. Beautiful. Off kilter in the air a little bit, under rotated. Takes the fall. That's the costly part. And you can see it's playful in front of the judges, which we haven't seen from the Chinese skaters opening up, but they've expanded the choreography to really include all areas of the ice.
Yes, and as you mentioned, choreographed by Adam Sawyer, and the Chinese skaters seem to be so supported by their federation to be able to tap into so many different experts, both for their program components and their tech score as well. And I so admire then the mature approach in the kiss and cry when there will be an inevitable frustration because, as I mentioned, she's a skater that can triple axel, so to fall on the triple toe, triple flip, triple toe will have been frustrating.
Yeah, short program score 60.08. Now she's going, whoa, for that? That shows you how good this skater is. 60.08 is a good score for having those little, the fall and then another little bobble. But wow, well done. Our next competitor represents Kyrgyzstan, Zlata Saprina, 16 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event. Big building, new experience for Zlata. So we'll see how she copes here at the Junior Grand Prix.
Zlata, in her debut on this stage, will be skating to Appassionata by Secret Garden with her triple-triple, the first planned element. Zlata Sabrina from Kyrgyzstan has had her debut now complete on the Junior Grand Prix, opening with a triple toe with a good grade of execution. Just the only visible glaring mistake would have been the triple lutz, which was later in the program, but otherwise, a pretty solid outing for the debutante in Wuxi. She looks a little frustrated, perhaps because she is only too aware of the implications of the mistake on the lutz, and so many of these skaters, they're really conscious of the rules and criteria and the impact that will have on their score.
Wonderful extensions on the landings. Watch this triple toe loop here. Carry the speed across the ice. Reload up in the air. Stretch free leg a little bit. Not as much as we've seen in the others. There's the double axel. Bit of a lean. A little bit forward on the landing. And it's under-rotated on the quarter in the judging system. And that was a downgrade on the Lutz, unfortunately.
Good butterfly entry into the flying camel. And then the camel variation. Back as well, just catching the toe pick a little bit. The circles made on the ice a little bit wider than some of the two Chinese skaters who lead the field at present. So having to nitpick at this early stage on the qualities between the different athletes, but nevertheless, Zlata Sabrina on screen now, still a quality athlete.
Yeah, no question. You can see the potential there. Good speed across the ice, good height, just a bit of braking in the air, and those small little mistakes that maybe 10 years ago weren't that big a deal, but now the skaters are all at a level that any small mistake, is, well, not a huge deal, but it can really affect your score, of course. So the skaters and the skating is so good now that you want to skate absolutely clean if you can.
Yeah, and we've got obviously 34 competitors, and we've only seen 4 performances, but the standard that has been showcased by the top 2 at present, the Chinese athletes, making us consider that a triple lutz and maybe a triple flip, triple toe is a prerequisite for success and to be delivered cleanly. So we'll see how things unfold as we look at the important people assessing if sufficient rotations. I think that's an indication of the fingers held up as to whether or not sufficient rotations were established in the spin. Oh, it doesn't look like a shake of the head.
Yeah, 7 elements, but 5 of them were under review, so that is what has taken a little bit more time. So when you see a small mistake or the snow fly up, and you're going to look at the replay, and that takes a little bit longer, but that is the job they have, to investigate the program that's been delivered and make sure that everything is clean or the points are properly applied.
Yeah, and looks like the final element for Zlata went, I think, from a level 4 down to level 2, the layback spin. So that maybe we saw, because we have the access to a little sight and a little visual of the technical panel, that perhaps what they were just assessing at the point in time.
Well, let's see what the short program score for Zlata is. It's 47.64. And that'll put her early on in the competition into 3rd place. But, 47 with the qualities that she has, it just shows you the strength and the depth of skating in juniors, with much more to come. Our next skater represents Philippines, Isabella Miel Hazelton. 18 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Bradley Hazelton and Ben Ferreira, former Canadian World Team member, choreographed by 2018 World Champion Caitlin Osman. Representing the Philippines, Isabella Miel Hazelton. Mark, what I found so interesting and so charming, really, about Isabella is the aggressiveness and the commitment to the choreography all the way through the program. Did she have some mistakes? Absolutely. She's had some challenges through there, but she didn't back off. She didn't slow down, and she certainly didn't sort of cheat on the choreography. She passionately presented it. That's the good side. Now, technically, yes, there were some mistakes.
Completely, and she was utterly, resolutely committed to the choreography, and choreography that was very, very good. And it's a lovely story because Isabella wanted to compete as a skater after seeing Caitlin Osmond in Stars on Ice in 2013, and now Caitlin is responsible for the choreography. As we look back at this, the triple salto.
Yeah, in as an under-rotated, and then the combo, the triple lutz, or double lutz. I don't know how she's landed that. She was on a big lean, but she managed to hold on.
But, I mean, this toe step, the blade control required for that was good here. One of the combinations of turns, rocker, counter. I'm not sure the twizzle will be counted, but here was the most frustrating mistake, just to pop open from a double axel into a single axel. But again, as you mentioned, Ted, still, even here, utterly giving to the presentation of the program. Should be rewarded by the judges.
Yeah. I just love that, despite the technical problems with any skater, when they don't give up on the music and don't give up on the choreography and keep pushing through it, it's what I admire most. In fact, I love working with athletes like that because, they're not held back by other aspects of frustration of an element. They just keep going, and you could see that in Isabella. Much appreciated.
And Isabella had said that she started skating after watching videos of her uncle skate, and her coach is registered as Bradley Hazelton. So, excuse my ignorance, but that could well be her uncle that's with her in the Kiss of Cry.
I think it's probably a good guess.
My sight isn't good enough to read the accreditation on the coaches.
Yeah, not at all. Let's take a look at the scores for Isabella Miel Hazelton, representing the Philippines, 25.61. That'll put her currently into 5th place. Certainly not the scores that she's capable of, and disappointed technically, but she certainly showed a great assertion and aggressiveness throughout the whole program. And there's a look at the first 5 skaters in this event as we will step aside to get introduced to group number 2 in the women's short program.
Representing Italy,
意大利选手
Chiara Meneghini. Representing Malaysia,
马来西亚选手
Violet Xi'An. Representing Israel,
以色列选手
Shaked Pinchas. Representing Andorra,
安道尔选手
Andrea Pasos Guerra. Representing New Zealand,
新西兰选手
Kara Tang. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
She competes at both
And we
junior
head
and
now
senior
into the
levels.
6-minute warm-up for the second group of women competing in this junior women's short program. At the first stage of the 2026 Junior Grand Prix, Chiara Meneghini opens the group.
Well, we've certainly seen some, high standards early on in the competition. That was really exciting to see. Many more skaters yet to come, and we know many of them are really of the highest level, and a number of them, of course, are in development. They're here gain experience. So you're getting a wide range. We've talked about that in former Junior Grand Prix years, where you've got those skaters just, developing, just starting really on their skating career, and those that are at a very high level. So we have the whole range, which I love.
And actually, Ted, it's a really interesting point, particularly on the back of hearing one of the opinions of competing on the Junior Grand Prix from the first competitor, Xi'An. She'd explained that as an 18-year-old, sometimes she felt a little bit out of place as one of the older skaters in the junior field lately, so moving up feels like a natural step. Sometimes it may be the case that the skater feels personally themselves, whilst they might be age eligible still to do juniors, that they feel more at home in the senior ranks because they're still competing against 13-year-olds potentially in this field.
Yeah, it was interesting. I had a discussion with one of the coaches of the men's event, and they talked about their son was able to move into seniors but wanted to stay in juniors, has friends here, has another year at juniors, and then will move into seniors after that, because it's a different ball game. It's wonderful in its own way, but juniors has a bit of an innocence, a bit of a pure excitement to be involved at the junior stage. So some skaters staying a little longer than others. We saw Mao Shimada, of course, stay longer than she probably would have preferred, but it's different for everyone.
Talking about Mao Shimada, of course, we this season do not have the pleasure of seeing the 4-time junior world champion Mao Shimada in this field, but I wonder how that impacts upon some of the other skaters now, thinking, gosh, finally, after a full Olympic cycle, the top spot is somewhat open again for somebody to step up onto. So it'll be interesting to know how that impacts the other skaters who've probably been appreciative of what Mao Shimada has done in this field for the last 4 years.
A new world champion junior world champion will be crowned this year after 4 years of Mao Shimada's brilliance. So that's going to be interesting. And those that are up at the top, we'll find out who that group is by the time we get to the Junior Grand Prix final. We'll have a shot at it. So it will be an interesting battle throughout the season.
And in reference to then some of the questions that have been sent in to us, Ted, there have been more than one social media account that have asked us what we think about how Mao Shimada and Ryo Nakata, last year's junior world champions, will fare in the senior ranks. And we'll see as the season unfolds, but already Mao Shimada has debuted on the senior circuit domestically in Japan, and I think that it's distinctly possible that she'll be in the running for adding a senior world championship title to the junior world championship title that she possesses already.
Well, in my mind, if Mao skates clean program, she's definitely going to be in your top group for sure, challenging. It all depends on how they skate, of course. With Ryo, he's fantastic. He's incredible, and with a clean skate, he's going to be probably maybe in the top 10 for sure. But there's so many good skaters in the men's event, so it's going to be interesting to see how he progresses. But both very capable, and I'm sure in their careers, should they stay healthy, continuing to grow in their development, that we'll see them at the top of the podium or in the podium or at the podium on the world level. So it'll be, but not only them, there's a lot of really good skaters around the world.
And we will keep you a little updated throughout the course of the streaming with some of the Challenger Series events as the Junior Grand Prix progresses towards the end of the Junior Grand Prix series this year. We will start to be able to report back on what's happening on the ISU Challenger Series, and that's the opportunity for us to see some of the senior skaters before the Senior Grand Prix takes place at the conclusion of the Junior series. We'll have early indication of what's happening.
We sure want people to stay with us and watch the juniors, but we have to promote the sport of skating, and there is some brilliant competitions early on in the Senior Challenger Series, of course, leading into the Senior Grand Prix event. And I think the audience numbers have grown around the world, and so there's a lot of interest. You see a lot of that on Instagram now. There's all sorts of postings on those who are retired, upcoming skaters, who to watch for, all those types of things. So I think there's growing interest, and it's going to be an exciting season, that's for sure. As we start to wind down on Group 2 on their 6-minute warm-up,
the familiar music that signals the final moment of warm-up. And earlier in the summer, I was was a competition simulation happening in the UK for some of the skaters that were aspiring to compete on this Junior Grand Prix, and they used this music in the last moment of warm-up, and it was comical to see how it changed the energy in the venue even there in a practice simulation. And I think the skaters, they too will be getting the whole immersive experience of what's to come for them in the senior ranks when they hear this kind of audio.
There's a whole production around the sporting event, and which didn't really exist to this degree, and so now it's added elements which can be exciting or nerve-wracking, depends on how you look at it. Here we go, group number 2 of 6 in the women's short program. Our next skater representing Italy, Chiara Meneghini, 18 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 14th in Ankara last year, was 10th at the Senior Italian National Championship.
Chiara skates to Give Me Love by Ed Sheeran.
Give me love like her. Lately I've been waking up alone. Pain splattered teardrops on my shirt. Told you I'd let them go. And that I'll fight my corner. Maybe tonight I'll call you after my blood turns into alcohol. No, I just wanna hold you. Give a little time to me. Burn this out. We'll play hide and seek to turn this around. All I want is the taste that your lips allow. My mind, my mind. Give me love, 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 my mind, my mind. Give me love. Give me love.
Well, you can see what that means to Italian skater Chiara Meneghini. This is her first competition since December. She suffered an injury mid-season last year and wasn't able to get back on the ice until March. So she said that she and the team behind her have been rallying hard to make sure that she was able to compete at this event. And so then the reaction to the conclusion of that performance just shows that all that hard work was worth it for this skater. A smile on her face now.
Yeah, no question. And, I was speaking to her coach at Katarina just a little earlier today, and she said how much she enjoys being in the juniors. She's going to be moving into seniors, so she really likes the juniors. There's the triple flip, double toe to start the program, which I think was a great joy for her. The triple lutz, let's take a look at that. It's on the quarter. But I think for her, you saw the fist pump. That meant a lot for her, that program.
And I loved some of the step sequences. Really hard to do the forward outside bracket after that forward loop, but done well. And there were some nice nuances, nice touches, great choreography by Ekaterina Evleva. And I think it's important to note that that closing moment there, you know, we've spoken about how Chiara's ready for seniors. She does have a maturity and an emotional ability that, you know, sometimes isn't possible without age and experience, and it was nice to be able to enjoy that.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot when we watch these skaters grow up in the juniors. You know, all of a sudden their maturity takes over and they're more, you know, experienced in life, and all of a sudden we see them transform from, you know, a small young skater to a more mature and older skater. Then they graduate into seniors, and it's such a great joy to be able to see these skaters in some cases for 4 years in the juniors.
So now Chiara saying this could well be her last junior event, and how we hope that the pre-skate will be another good send-off from the juniors back to the senior ranks, having already done a couple of senior events before herself.
And there's a lot of elements. So 5 of the 7 elements were under review. You can see the technical panel working hard. They don't move much, but they do really work hard looking at the replays and making sure that the standard that they have set with the evaluation of the under rotations or the positions of the spins or the rotations of the spins is consistent throughout the competition.
Italian flags are waved. Don't coach and skater look similar as well? You know,
Yeah.
you often see they skate like their coaches do, but in this instance, Chiara and Ekaterina look somewhat similar in the kiss and cry as well.
You're right. They absolutely do look similar. Let's take a look at the scores for Chiara Meneghini from Italy. And she has a 57.55 as her personal best. This is going to fall a little short of that. It's a 50.67, and that will put Chiara currently into 3rd place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in this competition. We're currently in group number 2 of 6. Our next competitor represents Malaysia, Violet Xi'An. 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Rafael and Vera Aratonian and choreographed by Scott Brown and Nadia Kananeva. Well, Mark, what a wonderful program. Just beautiful. Lovely skater, no question. But she carries with her a lovely story. Tell us a little bit about her.
Yes, Violet Xi'An is just obviously an amazing human, and we celebrate the skater so much, and we have to celebrate her skating. But she's such an sort of philanthropist, really. This is a skater who is the vice president of the All-Year Figure Skating Junior Club Board. She's formed the first high school skating team for her high school. And she even organized a skating field trip to teach students from their school how to skate. It was the first event of its kind and had one of the highest turnouts in the school history. And it's just testament to the fact that, we're looking at some really special humans. And obviously we look back now at the double lutz. She's not technically as strong as some of the other skaters that we have seen, but obviously a very special person that you would want to, you would want to hang around with Violet, because she's obviously a doer in life.
Yeah, no question. I think, it's so wonderful to see her athleticism and artistry matched with her humanity and what she's giving back to other people and using the sport of figure skating as an inspiration to others. So what a great story. What a lovely skater.
And I'm sure now, Ted, that there are many from that high school that are now watching. I don't know the time difference currently as to, I think she's from Irvine in California. That's where she trains. I presume that's where she goes to school. I don't know how many, but hopefully there are lots of screaming classmates and friends that are cheering her on and will be doing so again for the free skate to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I would imagine her schoolmates are watching her, as they got sort of connected with her and the sport of figure skating, and they're back home very proud that they know her and following her career. It's a big stage. It's a long ways to fly in a big building. Good sized crowd here today. And as we take a look at the technical panel, again, 7 elements and 4 of them were under review. They've now cleared that out. The triple sow was under rotated. The double toe loop under rotated. The quarter on the double axle. Question on the double lutz takeoff. But some beautiful parts of the program, some challenges technically, losing some points off the base value.
Yeah, interesting to note that for Violet, the program component score, the second mark, is certainly her strength at the higher of the two, which
makes sense for sure. Violet's short program score is 37.49, and that'll put her currently in 6th place. Certainly not what she's capable of. It happened here on this evening, but what a lovely skater and, special person. Our next competitor, representing Israel, 13-year-old Sheket Pinchaz, and she's coached by Julia and Sergei Sheko, and choreographed by Lynn Haddad.
Julia was explaining that this is her first junior competition ever, and what a moment for her. She skates to New Day Will Rise.
Sky, my colors in the gray, my only wish upon a star, sunshine of the day, the only song that my piano ever plays. And even if you say goodbye, you'll always be around to lift me up and take me high, keep my feet close to the ground. Are you proud of me tonight? Dreams are coming true. I choose the light, nothing to lose if I lose you. New day will rise, life will go on. Everyone cries, don't cry alone. Darkness will fade, all the pain will go by, but we will stay, even if you say goodbye. Et même si tu dis adieu, tu ne partiras jamais de l'arc-en-ciel dans mon ciel bleu. Mais que leur temps le cri, l'amour se souhaite sous un ciel tard, un rayon de ma journée, la seule chanson que mon piano peut jouer. New day will rise, life will go on, everyone cries, don't cry alone. Darkness will fade, all the pain will go by, but we will stay, even if you say, yeah. מים רבים לא יכבו את האהבה ונהרות לא ישטפו. New day will rise. Everyone cries, don't cry alone. Darkness will fade, all the pain will go by, but we will stay. Even if you say goodbye, a new day will rise. New day will rise.
Shaked Pinchas completes not just her first Junior Grand Prix, but her first ever junior competition. And this is a skater that just found out at the beginning of this month that she would be competing here on this big stage. And her participation is in part based on the success at last year's Junior World Championships from Sophia Schifrin from Israel as well, who did so well to facilitate more places at this season's Junior Grand Prix. Hopefully she will have embraced every aspect of the competition. She has a twin sister who also skates, who will be cheering her on as we look back at the double loop, which some rotation issues as now we look at the double axel.
Yeah, a little bit loose in the air. Although the legs were tight, under-rotated, not enough height and speed to get all the way around. But she stood up on it, so that's good. And then the double lutz, unfortunately, just did not lift up in the air. So experience gained here. You know, and these skaters don't skate in a rink with, 5,000 people and, all the rink boards and whatnot. So it's a bit intimidating. But what a great opportunity to gain some experience for this young skater.
And I think it's important for Shaked to, she has great coaches who we know are capable. Her coaches were great skaters themselves, and they've taught great skaters as well. But when you're not surrounded by an abundance of other international elite athletes, it's hard for the coach to really stress upon them the importance of that. But for here now, everything that Julia on screen now has said to Shaked in terms of training is now bolstered by this experience, because she herself will have that awareness from her own stats.
Exactly. And it's, Shaked's only 13 years old, so it hasn't had a lot of time to train and get out there and compete. So this is sort of, jumping up the ladder to a really interesting challenge. And mixed emotions, you know that you're coming in not with the same elements as other skaters perhaps, but you have to let me do what I can do. We'll find out, and I'll learn.
And it's such a good point, Ted, because of course the skaters, they're cognizant of the fact that they'll be up against others that have maybe triple axel when they're struggling with double axel, but it's being able to respect that and then still use this as a stepping stone for your own progression.
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a sport or art or school, or as we take a look again at the technical panel, it's putting things in perspective over a long period of time. And it's hard to do that when you're young, because you're young. You haven't lived long enough to gain those experiences to know. And that's where the coach and the parents come in to keep them grounded and patient and always looking forward, for a brighter day. Short program scores for Shaked Pinchas from Israel, 24.11, and that'll put her currently in the 8th place. Our next competitor represents Andorra. 18-year-old Andrea Pazos Guerrera. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She's coached and choreographed by Eric Demena.
And Andrea has got experience, but hoping to return to the form that she had in 2024.
Oh ma douce souffrance, pourquoi s'acharner, tu recommences? Je ne suis qu'un être sans importance. Oh ma douce souffrance, je remue le ciel, le jour, la nuit. Je danse avec le vent, la pluie. Un peu
Andorra's Andrea Pazos Aguilera completes her short program, and we've seen her competing. The last couple of seasons, she used an Elton John track, "I'm Still Standing," and this, the new short program for Andrea, Dernier Danse by Andila, and I think it's more suited to her. Just unfortunate that still the double axel eludes her, and hopefully there's going to be some catalyst that will help Andrea to find that last bit of rotation on the double axel, which has been a little bit of a technical bugbear for this athlete as we look back at some of the highlights from the performance.
Yeah, some athletes really do not like taking off forward. It just, here we can see this double axel slow it down. The free leg doesn't lift up very much and not converting into that back spin position fast enough. So not comfortable yet with it. It just takes sometimes more time and more confidence. Double sow, double toe loop combination. No problem there. And we see the under rotation and a fall on the double lutz. Lay back at the end of the performance, just a level 1.
And now for Andrea, it's kind of thinking about how, what plan of attack, what kind of 10-point plan can she have for the rest of this season to see what she can do so that she can take perhaps a couple more levels in the spins, perhaps pushing the skating skills or the components a little higher, and of course, just finding that last bit of rotation on the double axel as well for the rest of the season.
Short program score is 23.71 for Andrea, and that'll put her currently into 9th place. Our next competitor represents New Zealand, 17-year-old Kara Tang. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. She was recently 2nd in the Oceania International competition. And she is coached and choreographed by Emilia Hassan.
And Kara uses the Adele track for her short program, Love in the Dark.
Take your eyes off of me so I can leave. I'm far too ashamed to do with you watching me. This is never ending. We have been here before, but I can't stay this time 'cause I don't love you anymore. Please stay where you are. Don't come any closer. Don't try to change my
Representing New
New
Zealand.
Zealand's Kara
新西兰
Tang.
选手
She's had a lot of
Kara
change
Tang.
over the course of the last year. She and her family relocated from Auckland in New Zealand to Melbourne, Australia at the beginning of this year. And she's been so appreciative of her coaches, Amelia Assan and Adele Morrison, who've been working with her. And I am so appreciative of the choreography in this program because there were so many little nuances, a really detailed piece. And the beginning for me was worthy of like the top 5 in the world. Some of this stuff, the way with the eyes, the attention to the lyric, and that was brilliant.
You can see this is probably the most enjoyable part of the program for her. She's patient with it. She's detailed. We take a look at her stepping up into the double axel, good height, all the way around, nice smooth landing, Mark.
Yeah, class shame here on the Salco that she the fall fully rotated, I think. Yeah, fully rotated, but incurs the deduction for the fall.
Great speed into that camel spin. Traveling threes. The butterfly change of foot. That's level 4. And then the double Lutz later in the program, just holding. Had to put the foot down. That'll be a bit of a reduction. And then we see the final sit spin at the end of the program. Just a level 2. She has the ability to get a level 4 out of that. Didn't. So leaving some points on the table.
But yeah, one of those, over the course of the past 4 seasons of Junior Grand Prix that I've joined you, Ted, there'd be a couple of skaters that have caught my attention. Even though they haven't had a great result, there were aspects of that I'll remember from Kara and Julia.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the scores for Kara. 39.95. That'll put her currently into 6th place after 2 groups. But you're right. She's got something special about her choreography and about her presentation. Okay, Mark, we're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing. We've got videos to play back. Tell us what we've got.
Yeah, during the ice resurface, you can stay tuned to listen into the interview from Mao Shimada, who won, I've on my list here the fact that she won the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok last year, but she's won pretty much everything she's entered. And then our must-watch moments from Ankara. And finally, during this ice resurface, we have another interview from a Japanese skating star. It was Sumika Kanazawa, who won in Varese in Italy last year.
Stay with us. We'll be back. Much more to come right after this. Here in Bangkok with the women's champion Mao Shimada, 3-time world champion, now champion here in her first Junior Grand Prix of the season. Mao, congratulations. First of all, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what your lead up was to this competition. How were your training? How did everything go?
少し怪我があって思うような練習はできなかったんですけど、その中でも今日は最小限のミスに抑えられたと思うので、普段の練習の成果は少しは出たんじゃないかなと思います。
And now, Mao, you've been such a consistent skater, and even when you make a mistake, you're able to always look forward and be consistent in moving forward and not thinking about what happened in the past. How are you able to do this? Tell us a little bit about that skill.
3分40秒で1つのプログラムなので、1つミスをしても最後まで諦めず滑れば結果はついてくるかもしれないっていうことを信じて滑ってます。
Well, Mao, you are a wonderful champion, a wonderful skater. You're an inspiration to many young skaters around the world. We thank you for everything that you've done so far in our sport. We wish you the best moving forward. And this is your last year in junior. And I know that you're looking forward to becoming a senior. We look forward to seeing you there. Mao Shimada, the champion here in Bangkok. Welcome to the must-watch moments from Ankara, an exciting event in the men's, pairs, women's, and dance. Mark, let's talk a little bit about the men's event.
The men's must-watch moment goes to the champion from Korea, Min-Kyu Seo, the former junior world champion, coming into the form of his life and achieving a personal best in the free skate in Ankara to take the title and 15 points towards his participation in the final.
And in the women's event, Mayuko Oka of Japan, a shy young skater coming here just to enjoy the competition, ends up taking this title. And shy as she was thrilled with her performance.
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to the champions from Ukraine, Irina Podgina and Artem Kaval. They came into this event as the heavy favourites and they lived up to that expectation by taking 15 points on the Junior Grand Prix series this year and the title in Ankara.
In the pairs event, Ava Kemp and Jonathan Elizarov of Canada won their second title in as many weeks. They were behind after the short program, but skated a brilliant free to take the title here in Ankara.
A must-watch moment has to go to America's Sofia Bezkorovinaya, who dedicated her performance to her best friend Everdy Livingston and Inna Volyanskaya, her former coach, who both tragically lost their lives earlier this year on flight 5342.
My extra must-watch moment from Ankara is Lelou Remesson from Belgium, who skated to the Wednesday Addams theme and was so convincing and compelling in that overall performance.
Sumika Kanazawa, おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Now, this is your first Junior Grand Prix. Did you have any expectations coming into this competition?
初めてのジュニアグランプリで緊張を絶対すると思ったので、とりあえず楽しむことを目標に出てきたので、優勝できてすごい嬉しいです。
And now you work with some incredible coaches. How important are your coaches to you?
いろんなことを教えてくれたりして、すごく自分のこう毎日一日一日成長していける存在ですごく頼りになります。
Next week we see the three-time Junior World Champion Mao Shimada return to the Junior Grand Prix. She's your training mate, you train with her. Is she a big inspiration to you?
トリプルアクセルを練習するにあたってやっぱり真央ちゃんの練習してる姿を見たり4回転してる姿を見たりしてきたのでやっぱりすごいこう今同じジュニアとして戦ってるのが自分でも驚いてるぐらいすごい存在なので、来週も演技楽しみにしてます。
Well, you've made a great impression in your first Junior Grand Prix and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the season. ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Welcome to the basics of skating.
And in this episode, we're going to delve into the differences between the short program and the free skate.
In the singles, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. There are 7 elements, 3 jumping passes, 3 spins, and 1 step sequence.
And in the ice dance competition, the short program equivalent is called the rhythm dance. 5 different elements, and this year the theme for the ice dancers is to skate to dance styles from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s.
Let's not forget about the pair discipline as well. You're going to see a throw jump, a lift, side-by-side jumps, side-by-side spins, a death spiral, a lot of elements, very physical and dynamic and risky elements in the pair short program.
The free skates and the free dance for all the disciplines, longer, more elements, and generally immeasurably more exhausting.
No kidding, a long program now, 3.5 minutes for the juniors, 4 minutes for the seniors. In my day, it was 5 minutes, and that was very painful for the viewers, especially watching me.
So that concludes this episode of the Basics of Figure Skating. Stay tuned to find out more.
日本选手
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟的热身。
Welcome back to Xi'an and day number 1 of the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. We are in group number 3 of the women's short program. There is the start order for group 3. Mark, do we have any more questions coming in?
Yes, thank you to those of you that have sent in questions. Some interesting questions coming in, and one of them is something you and I, Ted, would probably want to acknowledge, because it is from @Xi'An. Do you practice pronunciation of the names of every athlete? And I think it's important to note that we try our best. And you, I think you've been on it this season, from what I gather.
Well, you know, it's always the most difficult and I would say disappointing because you want to be perfect with everything. There are so many different languages and countries involved here. And we have, 116, 120 athletes in this event, let alone every week. So it's very, very difficult. So now with AI, though, we can get the sort of breakdown on the phonetics and we're trying to do a better job. And we try to practice ourselves as well, but we've got so much going on. We have to record the openings, and we've got to try to watch the practices, plus have our scripts, our content ready, and so there's so much going on. So yes, we try, and we hope that we're doing better, but for sure we're not 100%. That's for sure. But we'll keep trying to get there.
True, and this actually gives me the opportunity to thank some of the different contributors that I call upon. So I recently have had some help from Chinese pronunciation and Japanese pronunciation and some of the European pronunciation. So certainly an answer to the question, we are trying. I will endeavor to continue doing a better job.
Yeah, exactly. It's a challenge. There's no question of that.
Next question that has come in, asking us, Ted, from how do we balance giving constructive critique while remaining encouraging for young ones?
You know, I don't. That's something that, some things don't come natural, pronunciations, and some things do come natural. You and I have been the skaters at this level. We've been, young skaters, and we know the emotions and the frustrations and the uncertainties that you have when you're growing up, plus the skating itself. So we've always felt, and that's why we work, I think, well together, is because we've always felt that for those skaters. And so although we have to be honest and we have to be clear, we don't have to be mean, and we need to be kind, but clear. And so I think that comes natural to us. So, and you can see the expression on their face, how a skater feels right away and what's going through their head. So if we're able, and we know they listen back to their programs, that were commentated by us. So we understand they're going to listen to that. So perhaps the messaging that we give and how we give it is important for their continued development. So that's how we sort of think about it.
Yeah, and I think for us, of course, everybody wants to be the world champion and the Kaori Sakamoto or, the success story. Everybody wishes for that. But I think certainly, I don't know for you, Ted, but certainly for me, some of the life experiences that I've had have helped me to appreciate that, being a world skating champion is not the be-all and end-all. Whilst we are so passionate about the sport and we are so grateful for the amazing skaters that have showcased the world's best, I think it's important that we have context. So for us, it's encouraging for the life of the human, not just the awareness of the figure skating that they're doing. Figure skating is what we love, but they're humans.
And also the stories in the background that you come up with as well, and the people that we meet here. I met with the young Indian skater who told me his story. I mean, he's just been skating for 3 months. He was a former roller skater. We saw that earlier as well. The story is fascinating. It's incredible, the commitment that some people make because they don't have the resources and the luxuries of others. So I think we celebrate those people who love our sport at whatever level they're participating at, or what resources they do or do not have. And so I think it's really important that we tell those stories, as well as celebrate the top competitors. So it's one of the things I love most about the juniors, is learning that, because you realize that, life isn't all easy for all the skaters. They don't have the ice time, they don't have the off ice, they don't have the coaches, perhaps, whatever. So that's part of the job that I love.
And actually, that's applicable in this very warm-up, because Amina Denisovna represents Mongolia, and it was a huge moment for her and her team, because when she competed at the Thailand Open Trophy just a few weeks ago, that was significant not only for the fact that she's representing a less renowned skating nation, but that she has a Mongolian coach with her. Now, Michelle Otgon-Batar was a former skater who competed and represented Mongolia, and she did a wonderful job, but she was born in the USA and trained in Toronto, whereas Amina, who we'll see shortly perform, she's a homegrown skater with a Mongolian coach, and that is a story to be so celebrated. She won't have the quality that we'll see from the likes of Kaoru Kawada, who comes from a nation that hosts or boasts the world champion, but Amina is out serving a big story for Mongolian skating, and that deserves to be celebrated.
Well, I've always said this. Do you think it takes more courage to come in with not the same skills and just having skated for maybe 3 months on the ice, versus the courage that it takes to be the top skater? So I think it's equal as we get started in group number 3. Further discussion on that, further stories yet to come throughout our 7 weeks, and there's some fascinating stories that will untold, but will be told during that time. So here we are with our first skater representing Indonesia, Kandi Live Tilana Lim, 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Harley Windsor, former World Junior Pair Champion.
And Kandi has explained that her goal here is to have fun and to capture some photos with other inspiring skaters. Let's hope that the fun is evident in this short program.
Well, Mark, this for me, it's so interesting. There are technical challenges, and there's no question. But when you see the sincerity of a smile, the enjoyment, the pure joy of skating in a program, okay, whatever with the jumps, she's at that certain stage of development, under-rotated, whatnot. But you could tell the joy of skating out there. She loves to skate, and she happens to be at a Junior Grand Prix. That is worth so much. Maybe not so much in points, of course, but for a viewer, if a skater loves what they're doing, you can see it.
It's so true. And Ted had mentioned, as Candy explained to me, that our goal here is to have fun. And I said, maybe we'll see it. But, a lot of skaters will say that they have fun and they just want to enjoy it. But it's not always so evident. As we look back at the triple salto, of course, is an optimal rotational position, and that's why it was under-rotated or downgraded. But I've seen few skaters who appear to be so present and in the moment and appreciative of the moment itself.
Yeah. And you could see that, and that is just from a coaching perspective and from a skating person for life, that is so appreciated, because you can see people who love skating, but you don't see the love on them when they perform because of stress. But when you see a skater in this, loving it, even regardless of the result, beautiful Beelman spin at the end of the program, wonderful flexibility, and big smile of, wow, I just did that. That's awesome. Okay, maybe going, I wish I would have done more.
But I wish I'd done the triple salto
yeah.
better, or the double axel.
Yeah. Very cool. And it's worth so much.
Yeah.
When you're coaching skating, you're talking about people can get the joy of skating, of watching you, to you having the joy of skating. But there's so much to think about, and of course the stress, and everybody's a little bit different, right? So, but the best performances, I believe the skaters have so much fun internally doing it, and you can see that come out in the performance and the choreography, the connection to the music.
And like we have mentioned about other skaters in this warm-up, important for Candy and our coach there to be seen showcasing the Indonesian athlete, and that another important aspect for the skater from Jakarta to inspire others. And how wonderful that they've got the likes of Harley Windsor, who's on the right of screen, who's, as you mentioned, Ted, a former junior world champion with all the experience that he has, being able to help elevate skating in that area too.
Yeah, and we talked about the countries around the world that are less fortunate, but skating is growing worldwide because of participation such as this. Let's take a look at the score for Candy's short program. It is 29.95, and that'll put Candy currently into 8th place. Our next skater represents Lithuania, Milana Sinaskita. 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 26th at the Junior World Championships last year, and is the Lithuanian Junior Champion. She's coached by Olga Kovakola.
For she sounds so sweet, I can't
Milana Siniavskait from Lithuania completes her short program that started well with the opening triple loops, but really costly mistake got Milana with the intended triple toe combo, which we've seen her do successfully in the past, evading her on this occasion and just a double toe loop, and that difficult for the 15-year-old. And this is a skater that is really, very experienced in international competition. She's competed on the Junior Grand Prix before. She was in the top 10 in Gdansk last year, but she's also done a multiple number of international assignments. So she has got experience, and with that in mind, will only be too well aware of the implications of that lost combo.
And there's the triple Lutz. Gets it done, a little forward, loses the momentum. Here's the spread eagle up into the double axel. Again, bend forward, have to hop out of that, so reducing the base value. There's the triple toe loop attempt. It opened it up early, and the whole thing went awry.
And I was just thinking, actually, as she was going into the triple toe, which was later in the program, how much attack and how much conviction she appeared to have. But unfortunately, just that double toe, which is less than a point, the way the GOE, the creative execution, has impacted on that. So she's losing close to 10 points with that element, unfortunately. Julia Sheko looks after her in the kiss and cry and at this event. Good to see her still providing context and making sure that it doesn't become too all-consuming with frustration at the mistake. And actually, Ted, Julia is going to be on a marathon tour.
Yes.
She's going to almost be like you, joining you across the multiple.
Yeah, Riga and Bangkok after this, but going home in between, so lots of travel. Milana's short program score is 40.66, and that will put her currently into 6th place. Well, Mark, as you mentioned, our next skater represents Mongolia, Amina Dinasovna, 15 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. And she is coached and choreographed by Morel Erdain. Gensu.
That was such a special scene there, just to see how much this means to everyone. The coach, the skater, passionately connecting to support her as she prepares to skate Descent of a Woman. Mongolia's Amina Denisovna does a really stellar job, and I saw on social media what a moment it was for not just her, but also her coach and Mongolian skating when she competed internationally earlier this year at the Thailand Open Trophy. And now this participation is the Junior Grand Prix, her first, only serves to cement what she is doing and what her coach is doing for the Mongolian skating community. You can see there wasn't a disastrous takeoff, just obviously a skater that is not as well versed or experienced. And this experience here, as we look at the flying camel, going for the camel variation, just needs to be careful about the clarity of the position there. What this will do for her will be seismic in terms of the development opportunity it offers. What I would say, Ted, is that whilst the jumps in particular, obviously she didn't have required jumping passes in terms of rotation. It was a single lutz and a single axel. But there was an awareness of step content and spin content and performance ability as showcased right now.
She had a nice sit spin. You see that here, and her solo sit spin was really strong. Good position, nice and low, nicely centered as well. So the spins are stronger than the jumps at this moment in her development, but really great job. You can see a nice smile at the end of her program.
Wonderful. And now that picture there of her and her coach compared to the pressure they must have felt before she performed, very different sight to see.
Short program scores for Amina 18.92, and that will put Amina currently into 13th place. But it's about being here, the experience and gained, and she'll take that home and continue her development in Mongolia. Great credit to her and her coach. Our next competitor represents Cyprus, Vasilisa Bogomolova, 15 years old. And she was in Varese last year at the Junior Grand Prix. She came 18th in that competition.
Vasilisa giving a very Alexandra Trusova vibe and her aesthetic on the ice. She will skate to I Get Rhythm and Rhapsody in Blue.
Well, Mark, how unfortunate from a jumping perspective, but really a strong spinner, great depth of edge, good choreography, good commitment to the music. The overall quality of the skater is very high. Unfortunately, on this day, too many mistakes, and she has a 55.21 personal best, and she's going to fall quite short of that because of those mistakes. But nevertheless, some great quality in this skater.
Very true, and I think as she just inspects, she's cut herself, I think, on her right thigh. For Vasilisa, as you mentioned, her ISU personal best is 55 points. When we see some of the skating that she possesses, I think she could quite probably go over 60 points should she have the jumping passes, but fortunate today that they were not present. But even here at the opening of the program, you can see a depth and clarity of edge that sets her in one of the
The scores, please. Vasilisa Volkmanova has earned 45.13 points for personal program. She is currently in 5th place.
中国做好了目前得分45比33，目前下列第5位。
Our next skater represents Thailand.
接下来登场的是泰国选手。
Pastor Marcela Tatira. Representing Thailand,
泰国选手
Hazare Marcela Tatira.
Five of the seven, so they're still counting perhaps the rotations on the spin. It is the final spin they're looking at right now, the change combination spin, making sure that the rotations and the positions meet the criteria. And it's just marked as a yellow at the moment. It turned to green, so she has verified, the technical panel verified their original call of level 4 with a plus GOE on that of 0.42. So good job by the technical panel keeping the delivery of the scores consistent for every skater.
Fortunately, it's thus far on our preview staying above that 40-point marker, because hopefully that will incur the delight on the face of the skater and the coaches. But
we'll see. Everybody's a little bit different. We'll see what their expectation is. Short program scores 40.21, and you can see her say that's not too bad, and that'll put Passery currently into 8th place. Yeah, there's a double fist bump. Good for her. That's awesome. Love to see that. Our final skater in group number 3 represents Japan, Karuko Wada, 17 years old, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season last year, 4th in Varese, 6th in Gdansk, so looking to climb onto the podium this season. She's coached by Machiko Yamada, and choreography in the short program by Noriko Sato.
And just in the way Karuko skates onto the ice, you can see such skating skill, such a great ice coverage and flow. She performs to the greatest showman.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way. Can't let this moment end. You set off a dream, getting louder now. Can you hear it echoing? Take my hand, will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Tell me, oh, I'm still too little. These hands could hold the
A great skate for Kaoruko Wada from Japan, showcasing the form that helped her to become a Junior Grand Prix champion in Ostrava a couple of years ago. Such amazing acceleration and the skating skills of this athlete, indisputably the strongest that we have seen by some margin. And that too coupled up with the quality of many of the jumping passes. For me, it wasn't musically as attentive as it could have been, but yet the quality of our basic fundamental glide carries the performance.
Yeah, I know, and I think as we take a look at the triple flip, gets around up into the triple toe loop, so physically strong, and I think the speed and power of the music was matched by the speed and power of the skating, not necessarily emotionally connected with the choreography yet at this stage. Beautiful sit spin up into a fly sit, change of direction right into the camel spin, change combo spin at level 4 with a plus GOE of 1.05. So taking a 5.25 out of that one element that we just watched. Good speed coming up to the triple Lutz near the end of the program. Wonderful height, tight in the air, fast rotation. So we see some of the steps here, Mark.
Yeah, and as we look through the turns used to try to attain the higher level, you just see the acceleration her blade has. She generates so much speed and power. And that somewhat synonymous with the Japanese skaters to have such good run of blade. I think next level development for Kaoruko Wada would be to take a greater appreciation of the musical timing, perhaps the phrasing, perhaps the lyrics within the music, to take the quality ingredients she has to next level.
Because technically she's going to be up close to any podium on the juniors. It's going to be that PC scores that may make the difference, depending on the other skaters, of course. She's hoping. You can see the hands clasped. She's waiting for that score. She has a personal best of 70.58. She's not going to reach that score, I don't think, here, but still it could be a very good score for this competition. Top score so far is 61.97.
The challenge maybe for Kaoruko is knowing that she achieved a 70-point score in the past.
It's a 66.10, and she looks thrilled with that as that moves her into first place. And really, for her at this point, that's all that really matters as she takes top spot so far. There's a look at the leaderboard, top 5. Wow. There we go as we step aside to get introduced to group number 4.
Let's welcome our fourth group of skaters to the ice.
欢迎第4组运动员入场，
Representing Canada,
加拿大选手
Victoria Baraktina. Representing Czechia,
捷克选手
Daria Timofeeva. Representing People's Republic of China,
中国选手刘玉轩，
representing Republic of Korea,
韩国选手
Hwang Jong-yul. Representing Australia,
澳大利亚选手
Isabella Wong. Representing Japan,
日本选手
Miyazaki Karen. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
And there's a look at the start order for group number 4. I think some pretty good skaters in this group. This is going to be really interesting, Mark.
And the Junior Grand Prix has no seeded draw, so it's a completely random draw, and yet we do find ourselves with some clumps of the stronger skaters sandwiched together. And this hopefully with another Japanese skater, and a Korean skater, and Chinese skater, and Canadian skater on screen now could be one of the strongest of the 6 groups that we have in this women's short program.
As we take a look at Victoria Martina from Canada, she's in Bangkok last season, placed 9th, and she's showing some really good skills in Canada and now on the international field as well. But the field is strong here, so we'll see how this all sort of unfolds over the next 3 groups. And Mark, do we have any more questions coming in from viewers?
Yes, we do indeed. One of them coming from Xemo, whose program are you most excited to see this season?
Oh, well, okay. I think, well, there's a lot of them actually, really, there is, Shiba Uno, of course, and Ice Dance. I'm really looking forward to that program. And what was the other program, the Pirates of the Caribbean, by Isabel Levito?
Yes.
Because I saw a little clip of that, and it's not something that's breaking out of her shell, of course. She's always been traditionally more balletic, and I love what I think Benoit Huichot is doing the choreography, if I'm correct on that. And I love the little clip that I saw. But it'll be interesting to see if she can carry that off. But I'm really looking forward to that one as well. How about you?
Well, I think you and I were actually sharing comments about some of the program reveals that we see the skaters doing, and I think it's been increasing. Actually, I think Benoit Huichot was somewhat responsible for this over the past couple of seasons, creating a little bit of a cinematography of sorts for social media of the program reveals. And with that in mind, I think Olivia Smart and Parker Tim
Yes.
have taken their program reveal to kind of next level. The Rama Lama, I think, the track, and it's the sort of corpse bride type concept. And when the skaters do tease us on social media with the reveals, with that kind of, as I say, cinematography, it does whet our appetite for what's to come. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Oh, that's a really good point. I saw those pictures. I thought, wow. I mean, those are cool pictures. How are you going to bring that on the ice, right? So, but that's going to be, well, they're brilliant. I mean, there's no question. They capture whatever music they pick, whatever story they're telling, they have become a movie themselves, right? So, yeah, they're on the ice, but it's like watching a movie because they really captivate the character. So that, you're right, that's going to be a wonderful program. And looking forward to seeing it.
In some degree as well, perhaps more so for ice dancers than for single skaters, because the single skaters, obviously, their tech score and their jumping success is so related to their ultimate success. But sometimes I feel for the ice dancers, when they make these program reveals, it can kind of set the energy of the season ahead and get people talking and energize the fuel behind them. I think maybe that's why the skaters are spending more and more time thinking and considering how to reveal things. As we see, the most joyful looking skater on the ice here now, Miyazaki.
Yeah, you're right about with the social media now getting the program reveals. I think it just adds to this sort of fascination of the sport and draws the viewers. Oh, I got to see that. That looks so cool. And how wonderful it is that. And just sort of feeding off the popularity, the growth in the popularity of our sport worldwide because of the Olympics and the World Championships last season. So things have changed because technology changes how people see things, when they see things, and that it makes them want to look at it. And I think it's going to help draw people into the arenas and draw them to television as well.
And the ISU, they keep promoting the reality that they're an athlete-centered organization, and so they are also increasingly encouraging the skaters to keep developing their profiles and encouraging and trying to support them in as many ways as possible to give them more of a spotlight, and these program reveals and their own social media is a way in which to do so.
And the interesting thing is it doesn't matter what sport it is, whether it's football or baseball or soccer or basketball, whatever, there's a show around the sport. So it used to be just you go to a sporting event, you go to the hockey game, you go to the basketball game, you see a game, right? But now there's a show around that. And I think that's one of the things that the ISU has done such a good job at, is making the sport enhancing the show aspect, the entertainment aspect, and allowing the skater and artist to deliver what they can do in the program while they'll build an experience for the audience, the live audience, and the online audience as well. So I think they've done a great job, and it's sort of enhanced the performances that we see on the ice, how the skaters are presented, and what happens on an ice resurfacing. So good job for the ISU and other sports around the world.
And interesting as we look at this venue in Xi'An, because there is a package and a standard with which ISU championship events, they have a protocol of sorts which all the championship events must hold themselves to. That isn't necessity at Junior Grand Prix level, and yet here in this venue they seem to be very mindfully attempting to deliver the same kind of quality.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get started on group number 4, our first skater represents Canada, 16-year-old Victoria Baraktina. She's coached by Jory Russell and Brian Orser, and she's a 59.27, earning that last season in Bangkok. As I mentioned, she was actually 8th in that event and was 4th at the Cranberry International this summer.
I should have known I'd leave alone. Was I stupid to love you? Was I reckless to love? Was it obvious to everybody else that I've fallen for a lie? You were never on my side. Fool me once, fool me twice. Higher death or paradise. Now you never see me cry. There's just no time to die. There's just no time to die.
Canada's Victoria Barakina is a clean skate, a skater who said how happy she is to be here, but also with training mates Grayson Long and Lena Yu and Henrik Chan, feeling a part of a team to support her. And this music, she actually skated to in an ice show, the Cricket Club ice show. And Jory Russell was not totally sold on her using it necessarily, but when he saw the performance of that show, he felt confident that she'd be able to deliver to it.
No Time to Die by Billie Eilish. And I think that for her, this is a good match. Now, it's not all connected yet, and they're really working on the PCs and the connection to the music. A really strong technical skater, so many good skills, and that's another area that they're working on hard. Triple flip, triple toe loop, really nicely done. A little bit back on the heel on the landing of the toe loop. Double axel way up into the air and carries that flow into the landing edge. And the triple Lutz late in the program, didn't hesitate at all. And some of the steps.
And Victoria, she was fourth at Cranberry Cup in the short program. She was just under the 60-point marker with the short program that she gave there. This is going to be on a similar kind of trajectory. And for Victoria, I think delivering what I assume now is becoming a fairly consistently clean skate in the short program, that frees her up to then take, right, this is where I'm at. I'm delivering what I can do in practice. And now where do we move forward from here as Andrew Hallam and Joey Russell flank her in the kiss and cry?
Yeah, and they all look pretty happy, smiles on their face, wondering what the scores will be. Actually, mine is not working. I'm not sure if yours is.
Well, it's interesting to see that the judges' component scores, the three different components, the composition, presentation, and skating skills, are all very, very closely comparable between the three. So everything's suggesting here that Victoria is a well-rounded,
yes,
equal level skater. Technically, she's strong. Components are equal, and now this is a wonderful framework for her to decide with the amazing team that she has of Joey and Brian Orser, right, what's the plan now for the rest of the season, ideally making that junior world team and pushing towards 70-point program in the short.
Yeah, when she was competing last year, first out for Canada on the Junior Grand Prix, maybe a little timid, or certainly had the skills, but you can see she settled into with the team that she's working with, and more confidence coming and delivering in international competition. Let's see what scores she earned with that performance in the short program. A 57.44 for Victoria Barkstina from Canada. That'll put it currently into fourth place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in this event on the leaderboard. And you can see her say, okay, that's okay. That's okay. Our next skater represents Czechia, Daria Timofeyeva, 14 years old, coached by Peter Bedar, who was a world pair skater or a world pair competitor back in 2010. She's choreographed by Adam Solja.
And I saw on Daria's social media so many wonderful clips from the World Championships when she was a spectator. I am sure inspired by that experience. Now it is her turn to shine.
Tu me regardes comme ça, avec ces grands yeux, comme si je comprenais pas que le monde a froid, qu'aujourd'hui il est malheureux. Moi aussi j'ai le droit de faire de mon mieux. Je voudrais changer l'histoire pour que revienne l'espoir, l'amour et le ciel bleu. Donnez-moi l'avenir, juste là dans mes mains, et je le ferai fleurir. Des roses, des jasmins, donnez-moi tout l'amour, même celui qui est s'éteint. Je rallumerai le jour et le monde de demain. Ce monde, ce monde, ce monde, c'est le tien, c'est le mien. Ce monde, c'est le mien, c'est le tien. Ce monde, c'est le monde de demain, le monde de demain. Tu peux bien rire de moi, tu peux même dire ce que tu veux. Moi je l'abandonnerai pas, t'entends, je me bats. Ce soir encore, j'ai fait un vœu. Donnez-moi l'avenir, juste là dans mes mains. Je le ferai fleurir, des roses, de jasmin. Donnez-moi tout l'amour, même celui qui s'éteint. Je rallumerai le jour et le monde de demain. Je peux plus le voir souffrir, et moi j'ai peur de rien. J'attendrai pas grandir, j'attendrai pas la fin. Je lui donnerai tout l'amour pour qu'il se sente bien, et je l'aimerai pour toujours. Ce monde de demain, ce monde
Czechia's Daria Timofeyeva really impressing in her Junior Grand Prix debut. And looking at Daria's previous competitive experience, she participated in the Czech test skate for this Junior Grand Prix. She did well there. She skated a clean skate there. But you can see just in the 2 weeks since that event, the work that has been done, because while she landed all of her jumps at that competition or that Czech test skate, here she has leveled up on the spins and the step sequence as well comparably. So a really wonderful indication of a skater getting feedback from one event to the other to be able to show progression.
And Mark, she has a beautiful back, nice and strong, and wonderful for the presence on the ice, but also for the efficiency of the jumps. As we see the triple flip here, strong back, tight in the air, gets a free leg back for a double toe loop, probably intended for a triple, but there's the double axel, fast in, fast out, nice landing position, back spiral. And here's the triple Lutz later in the program. That was lovely.
Outside rocker after it as well. Here, just working through the Choctaw, and there another back Choctaw just to push up the step sequence level. And as I mentioned, that here combination of turns, that one of the other features that can help the level, coming at a step sequence level 3, which is a level higher than her last outing of this program.
Beautiful.
And actually, Daria, she posted on her social media a clip of Ilya Malinen's quad axel in the exhibition gala from the World Championships, because she's from Prague, obviously enjoying spectating at that event, and it had thousands and thousands of likes and views. So she entertained many with the content she captured at World Championships.
And she's inspired by that content, and you can see her efforts on the ice right now. Let's take a look at the score for Daria, 56.58. She looks happy with that score. That'll put her currently into 5th place. Nice job. Right in the thick of it. Our next skater represents China, Yuxuan Liu, 13 years old, new on the Junior Grand Prix, and not a lot of international experience yet, of course. She's coached by Xuan Xu, choreographed by Pascal Denis.
Yuxuan has domestically attempted and been fairly successful with quadruple jumps. That's not allowed in the short program in the junior women's event. She will want to skate cleanly to stay ahead of the 2 other strong Chinese women in this event.
Why, this car is automatic. It's systematic. It's hydromatic. Why, it's greased lightning. Greased lightning.
Look at some overhead lifters and 4-barrel quads, oh yeah.
Keep talking, won't keep talking.
Fuel injection cut up in chrome-plated rods, oh yeah.
I'll get the money, I'll keep you get the money.
With a 4-speed on the floor, never waiting at the door.
Greased lightning.
Go grease lightning, you're burning up the quarter mile. Go grease lightning, you're coursing through the hip-lap drive. You are supreme, the chicks are cream. For grease lightning, we'll get some purple French tail, that's a 30-inch lens, oh yeah. A ballerina dashboard and doom of the tens, oh yeah. With new pistons, clubs, and shocks, I can get on my rocks. You know that I ain't bragging, she's a real grease lightning. We go grease lightning, you're burning up the quarter mile. Go grease lightning, you're coursing through the hip-lap drive. You are supreme, the chicks are cream. Grease lightning. Chris Lightning.
Well, Mark, that was simply brilliant. Outstanding personality, technique, dynamic, you name it. She's it.
Yeah, a wonderful performance by Xi'An Liu from China. And I think that will cement her as the front-running Chinese skater of the three in this event. And even the way in which she's accepting the bow from the audience showcases a maturity and an experience defying her age, as one of the flower children just takes a tumble behind her.
I mean, it's very difficult to think she's just 13 with the maturity of her performance and the technicality, the power and the speed that she possesses and delivered under a stressful situation here at home. That was simply brilliant. She has a personal best of 66. The leader right now has 66. There's the triple flip. Great height. Up into the triple toe loop. Wonderful flow. Textbook. 10.74 points on that one element.
On this triple lutz, she was straight back into performance. There weren't many gaps in her performance ability. She was engaged, particularly to the judges throughout. But on the lutz, you could see going into the final jumping pass, a little bit of a disconnect just to make sure she was on point and mentally in the zone to be able to deliver what was so valuable to her, and she did.
Yeah, it was the only moment, not breaking the performance, but perhaps a moment of focus and concentration and making sure that last technical element gets done. But you can see, look at the performance right there in the face. Of course, it helps you perform when you've skated clean. Gives you the energy.
It elevates.
Yeah, it really does.
And so now, you know, the new Olympic cycle, these are some faces that we might be getting very familiar with over the course of the next few years.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the scores. 66.72 as she takes over the lead here, to the delight of the crowd and the coaches. There's your leaderboard, top 5 so far in the competition. Wow, bright future. Our next skater represents Korea, Junyu Wang, 16 years old. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season, so lots of experience. And she's coached by Hyunjun Chi and choreographed by Yishi Chen.
After that bronze medal in Bangkok last year, hoping now to be podium worthy as she skates to Je pense à vous.
Je ne m'y attendais pas au grand départ. Fermer la porte sans revenir. Je sais, vous ne comprenez pas ma vie, mes choix et l'envie de toucher à l'avenir. Non, je ne vous oublie pas, je le dirai pas. Mais quand j'y pense, danse ma poitrine. Alors pardonnez-moi pour tous ces soirs où j'ai prié qu'on me laisse tranquille. C'est la même photo que je regarde quand mon ciel est pas beau. Chez moi ça me manque, c'est pas nouveau. Je sais qu'on se reverra bientôt. Même à des kilomètres, quand le temps tout s'arrête, je pense à vous encore. Ça souffle dans ma tête, souvenir en tempête, et je pense à vous plus fort. Malgré les kilomètres et Paris qui fait la fête, moi je pense à vous encore. Ça tourne dans ma tête, quand le temps tout s'arrête, je pense à vous plus fort. Comment ça va? Je ne sais pas. Je vis la vie dont j'avais envie, mais ne vous méprenez pas. Mes rêves ont raison de moi. Mon cœur lui voudrait quitter la ville. Je vous mens pas, cette fois c'est la dernière fois que je me lance non plus dans le vide. Si vous saviez comme j'y crois, malgré les peines, les faux pas, à ce rêve immense qui m'anime. C'est la même photo que je regarde quand mon ciel est pas beau. Chez moi ça me manque, c'est pas nouveau. Je sais qu'on se reverra bientôt. Même à des kilomètres, quand le temps tout s'arrête, je pense à vous encore. Ça souffle dans ma tête, souvenir en tempête, et je pense à vous plus fort. Malgré les kilomètres et Paris qui fait la fête, moi je pense à vous encore. Ça tourne dans ma tête, quand le temps tout s'arrête, je pense à vous plus fort.
Jung Yo-hwan from Korea skates what was a strong performance. We have seen now quite a few solid performances within the context of this women's event. So how that will fare maybe is marred by the hand down. Simply touching the ice with her right hand on the landing of the triplets could be, in terms of placement, at least costly for Jung Hyo-hwang, who of course wants to be in medal contention, having been a junior Grand Prix medalist before, and she's been on the periphery of the podium multiple times as well.
There's the triple toe combination. Looked like the pick slipped a little bit on the first triple toe, but she kept the back strong, gets through it. There's the double axel, holds that landing edge right into spread eagle, and then the triple lutz later in the program. And watch what, a little bit too far forward, the hand goes down, and that sort of breaks that perfect clean performance. Of course, it has a reduction necessary on the GOE. So losing some points there, and perhaps sort of that overall impression as well.
The context of this, the short program choreography by Yeji Shen, is to create a program to showcase missing someone who you loved. And so Yeji was really trying to embrace and connect Jung Hyo with that concept so that she could push the program component scores higher, improving the presentation. And incidentally, of the 3 component scores, it is the presentation mark that is currently highest for Jung Hyo-hwang, although inputs are still going in, so perhaps the skating skills will usurp that.
The score is 62.49, and that's a pretty good score. The hand goes down, but she takes over third spot. Wow, look how close that is. 66, 66, 62, 61, 60. And number of skaters yet to come. So this is going to be a really interesting free program as we take a look at our next competitor, Mark.
And now to the skater born in Adelaide, Isabella Wang, 14 years of age, a skater who started her career in hockey skates because her father thought she would like to play ice hockey. Now, firmly in her figure skates, skating to orange-coloured sky with her jump combination, the first planned element. Triple flip, double toe.
I was walking alone, minding my business, when out of an orange-colored sky, flash, bam, alakazam, wonderful you came by. I was humming a tune, drinking in sunshine, when out of that orange-colored view, wham, bam, alakazam, I gotta look at you. One look and I yell timber, watch out for flying glass, 'cause the ceiling fell in and the bottom fell out. I went into a spin and I started to shout, I've been hit. This is it, this is it. I was walking alone, minding my business, when love came and hit me in the eye.
Well, that was a great save at the end of the
Yeah, it's
program
great.
for the 14-year-old Isabella Wang.
Yeah.
A fun performance, Ted. I sense perhaps for Isabella that understandably you could sense the nerves that just brought her up out of her knees a little bit because a couple of the jump landings were just tight, and that's completely understandable because nobody could quite account for the impact of adrenaline and nerves in the body, and she therefore just not able to settle quite as much as she would like. But nevertheless, as she's got some stuffies to leave the ice, a good debut on the Junior Grand Prix. Oh, sorry, second Junior Grand Prix event.
Oh, she get the performance, the energy, the performance most of the way through the program as well, which is always a bit of a challenge when you're bringing forward perhaps some disappointment with some mistakes. But I think it's a good program for her.
Yeah, love the smile there at the opening as we see the triple flip, double toe loop.
And there's the double axe right off the end of the edge and not all the way around. Didn't get the free leg back quick enough and buckles at the waist. The triple Lutz attempt too far back on the heel and has to flip out of that. So those were the mistakes. Beautiful sit spin here. Nicely centered. Low position. And
Isabella, whee!
just that save right there.
She certainly has the technical ammunition to be competitive, and following in the footsteps of the success of Hannah Bath, who obviously is, with her success as a medalist at last season's Junior World Championships, that facilitates more Australian skaters competing on this season's Junior Grand Prix. And Isabella, I'm sure, inspired by what Hannah has achieved and hoping alongside her coach Richard to follow in those footsteps over the seasons ahead.
Short program scores for Isabella. And there it is, a 44.53. That will put Isabella Wong from Australia currently into 11th place. Our final skater in group number 4, representing Japan, Karen Miyazaki. 13 years old, very first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Kensuke Nakanawa and choreographed by, in the short program, by Rika Hondo, a 3-time world competitor for Japan.
I'm in a little bit of trouble, and I'm in real deep. From the beginning to the end, he was no more than a friend to me. The thoughts make
Well, that was fun, Mark.
Well, I mentioned earlier on when we saw Xi'An Liu that we're seeing faces that we may have to connect with in the junior ranks for multiple years. And now this skater, Karen Miyazaki, could well be another of those faces to continue to look out for, because so much to admire. And I think what's so endearing is that from the very moment this skater was introduced to the arena backstage, she has just been joyous in her facial expression, and that's continuing now as she accepts the applause from the audience. What a good energy skater.
She did not break performance at all at any moment. And, we saw another skater perform all the way through, but break just going into the triple lutz. But she just kept it all the way through. You can see she's still performing, or just purely enjoying it. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. I did miss the first jumping pass. There's the triple lutz. Gets that free leg back just in time to stabilize that landing. Wonderful quick twizzle into a nice move here. And you can just see the use of the head, the shoulders, the angle of the head. So all the detail, the small details in choreography were performed beautifully here at double axel near the end of the program. Mark?
Yeah, and I think, and when we're asked questions about what separates the best from the rest, one of the things that so many of these Japanese skaters do have is just a depth of knee and a knee action that allows their blade to continue to accelerate, and that's what makes it easy for the judges to start with a higher starting point in terms of their program component scores. And Karen Miyazaki, much like Kaoru Kawada, who is in second place currently, had that depth of knee, and just where if you're looking in really, that's a great change of edge, maintaining the speed in the combo spin. If you're looking at analysis, just seeing the kneecap, more over the toe, their deeper range, and that's just what's facilitating those good component scores.
I can see a nod of approval both at the end of her program here in the Kiss and Cry. Oh my gosh. Charming personality, but what a brilliant skater and performer. I'm sure we're going to see her bright light shine for a long time in the future. 67.21 for Karen Miyazaki from Japan. She takes the lead. Wow. This is shaping up, Mark, in the free program. Is going to be so exciting in the last few groups as we take a look at the current standings. What a great reaction in the Kiss and Cry.
Well, Kensuke Nakanawa, the coach responsible for so many wonderful skaters, wanting to continue to downplay the achievement, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. As we take a look at the standings so far after 4 groups, and up next we'll have an ice resurfacing. Mark, what do we got on tap for the video playback?
So during this ice resurface, you can stay tuned to hear the interview with Yu-Song Kim, who was Junior Grand Prix champion last year on the Junior Grand Prix Series, and then the must-watch from Bangkok, and finally a discussion from us about the grade of execution on some spins.
Stay with us. We'll be back right after this. Much more to come. Women's champion here in Baku, Yu-Sung Kim of Korea. Congratulations, first of all. You were 5th after the short program, and then you did a brilliant free program. How did you feel about your skate?
I didn't feel the pressure well in the first round, so I wanted to clean this time.
Well, you certainly did that. It was a beautiful program for sure. Now, what happens next for you?
I have national competition, want more perfect program, and my clean program is I was very happy.
Yeah, you should be. It was absolutely spectacular. Well, congratulations. We wish you the very best the rest of the season. The champion here in Baku, Yu-Sung Kim of Korea. Welcome to Bangkok and Mark and Ted's must-watch moments. It's been a really exciting competition, some brilliant skating. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The must-watch moment in the ice dance competition goes to America's Hannah Maria Aboyan and Daniil Beselukin. Their Vogue rhythm dance was followed up by a Goddess of Victory Nike-inspired free dance, and they are hoping now with the win here to follow in the footsteps of their training mates Noemi Maria Tale and Noah Lafornara, who won gold at the Junior Grand Prix final and Junior World Championships last year. What about the women's event, Ted?
Mark, in the women, Mao Shimada of Japan once again takes the title here with brilliant skating. She did make 2 mistakes at the top of the program, but all the rest of her quality of skating makes her the very best in the world 3 times in a row, maybe 4, coming this season. Mark, what about the pairs?
The pair's must-watch moment goes to the champions from China, Rui Guo and Yiwen Zhang, who caused lots of excitement following their silver medal placement in Ankara 2 weeks ago. And they followed that up with the title in Bangkok and another wonderful quadruple twist.
In the men's event, Ryo Nakata of Japan, skating to Gladiator, lands 2 quads and his triple axels, dominated this event as he takes the title here and a trip to Nagoya for the Junior Grand Prix final.
My must-watch moment from the women's event has to go to Korea's Jeongyul Hwang. She was competing in her 3rd series on the Junior Grand Prix, having never won a medal before, and the reaction that she and her coach Jin Seo Kim had to that bronze medal was just so endearing and gives us such a brilliant insight into what this means to the skaters and their teams.
My must-watch moment from Bangkok comes in the women's category. There were 36 entries, and the 36th skater in this event, Cisa Suyana Diaz Bermudez, is from Ecuador. She does not have coaches. She skates in Quito, her hometown, and works with coaches online from Mexico. Does not often get to see them in person. She skated to her music from her country and costumes related to her heritage. This was a special moment for her, and she was even injured on her way to get here. But she was so determined to represent her country on the Junior Grand Prix, and we see here the expansion of skating around the world. It's a special moment. Hello everyone, and welcome to Figure Skating Basics.
In this episode, we're going to discuss GOE, which stands for Grade of Execution, better understood as the quality of the elements.
Now, you can get a maximum of 5 or a -5 based on the quality of your execution, of course. And this can make a huge difference in the end result of a competition for a skater. Now, student Mark is going to execute, first of all, a good sit spin. Is that right? Well, we'll try. Well, we'll check it out. Mark, really nice stretch, free leg, pointed toe. That was awesome.
Well, that's one of the judges' criteria. They have a positive feature chart, and a good controlled, clear position satisfies them to give a better grade of execution.
Now that was pretty well centered, nice and smooth, very quiet blades as well. And now Mark's going to intentionally make a bad sit spin.
It might not be so hard.
Yeah, it may not be difficult. Let's see.
Well, I tried to stick to the clear criteria that the judges have, so they have a reductions for errors chart. Some of those things have a traveling spin.
You did it.
A poor position.
Oh, yeah.
Slow.
Yeah.
And a weak exit.
Oh, totally.
So if the skater achieves the maximum +5 GOE, grade of execution, that can add 50% more to the value of their element. Equally, if it's a -5, the worst possible, then that can take 50% away from the value of the element.
Well, that concludes our episode on the GOE Figure Skating Basics.
Let us know what you've thought of this series, and please also let us know what more you want to see from us here at the International Skating Union.
Representing Australia, Nayland Shimogaki. Representing the United States of America, Annika Chow. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
Welcome back, everyone, as we take a look at the start order for group number 5, currently on the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Well, Mark, we've seen some really brilliant talent in this event so far, and some skaters that are new to this level of skating and working their way through their development, but it's going to be a very interesting free program. We have 2 more groups to come, of course.
Yes, and just for a little bit of context, the leading score of 67.21 from Karen Miyazaki, that would have last year been a podium position qualifying short program score. So Hannah Bath was in 3rd place with a 60.95 at Junior Worlds last year. That said, it is important for us to acknowledge at this point in the season, at the start of the season, to acknowledge that this year now, because of the increase in the value of the spins and the step sequence, we can expect to see slightly higher scores. So hopefully we can see more skaters in the women's short program crossing the 70-point marker, which is something last year at Junior Worlds only the great Mao Shimada achieved.
Yeah, that's good information. We need to remind the audiences throughout the series itself that those scores will be adjusted because of these changes, of course. But overall, from a viewer's perspective, is seeing a clean program that's connected to the music that we've seen a number of skaters in this event deliver really high-level programs. It comes down to the free program, which of course is just loaded with technical elements, but 1 less than we had last year.
True, and that is part of the reason for some of the changes in value to the spins and the step sequence also, which has had an increase in its value. And then we might also keep our eyes peeled for some of the slightly different features or the judging criteria. So one thing we might start to notice a little bit is more complexity or intricacy on the landings of the jumps, because skaters can now receive an extra boost in the grade of execution if they can successfully showcase some more unexpected or creative exits to the landings.
Mhm.
And then things like the windmill spin as a feature, that's something that is now going to be rewarded and we're going to see more regularly. So when the skaters create that windmill action with their leg and body in the spin, that's something that will probably be more visible and used this season. So little subtle details, but certainly the skaters will all have been mindful of the rule updates that have impacted the way that they put their program and their features together.
Yeah, and just a little background on the removal of that one jumping pass in the free program is to really give the skater a little bit more time to connect with the music, and I think that's probably a good plan. I asked, of course, an official, do they feel that this makes it a little bit more subjective as opposed to objective? And they said, well, there's some balancing in the values of the scores as well, so they've tried to keep that the same. But certainly with one less technical element, more time for the skaters to connect to the choreography and the music.
And I think that is another factor that hopefully over the course of this Junior Grand Prix we can relay a little more, because the program components, arguably the slightly more subjective aspect of scoring, that has very clear criteria. So as we look at this program, if you're looking for skating skills, that is the skater's ability to execute steps, turns, and skate movements with blade and body control. Then there is the mark for the presentation, and that's how the skater, somebody like Annika Chow on screen now, she's a great advert for presentation, showcasing engagement, commitment, and involvement based on an understanding of the music. And then the first one actually is the composition, and for most they may connect a little bit more with the word choreography. That is the skater's intentional developed arrangement of all types of movement into the meaningful whole of the program. So there is criteria, it is online, and the skaters and their coaches will all know it, and hopefully the multiple words that are used to describe how to achieve higher scores we can make understood more succinctly over the course of the Junior Grand Prix series.
Yeah, and what you just said is absolutely 100% accurate, but there's a lot of words in there, right? So it's hard for a viewer who doesn't know anything about skating to interpret, well, what does that exactly mean? How do I see what you just said? In the skating community, we have an innate knowledge and understanding of that, and you can see it in the skater's run of the blade, or you can see it in that movement that connects beautifully with that phrase of music, and you can see it, those small details, and you go, wow, that's it, right? But for the viewer, sometimes you might feel it. You don't know whether your feeling is correct or not, but you're feeling it. Well, that's probably because it is correct. But there's just a lot of descriptions.
So true, and I think if I was to describe as quickly as possible the 3 component scores, skating skills, the easiest way to spot it generally can be speed, although there's so much more to it than that.
Yeah.
Presentation, does it make you feel something?
Yeah.
And then in terms of composition, that can be the variety of movement. Those are very, very, minimalistic ways to try to pinpoint those 3 components. There is a lot more to it, as you say, but if you're new to the sport, if they're fast, that's going to help the skating skills. If they move you emotionally, that'll help the presentation.
I think it's a good idea. I think we're going to have grade 1 explanations, grade 5 explanations, university explanations, those type of different levels of detail to, not confuse the viewer. But the ISU is very aware that they need to be able to describe, clearly. And I don't want to say simply is not the right word, but I suppose, clearly would be the better word, what the judges are looking for and what the skaters are trying for. So here we go on group number 5. On our first day of competitions, we take a look at our next athlete. A neutral athlete, Sofia Zepka. Watching her in practice, some really wonderful skills. We'll see what happens in this short program, skating introduction and Tarantella.
Sophia has domestically landed more than one type of quadruple jump. That, again, not allowed to be utilized in the women's short program, but not just technically strong, artistically and aesthetically really, really quality.
Well, Mark, I know, talking offline, we have sort of a lot to say and a lot to recognize here. Go ahead. Take it away.
There's just so much to appreciate and enjoy, and I just kept writing more and more notes to recognize the quality of Sofia Zebka. I started off by acknowledging the deftness of her ankles when she was stroking. There was a great use of ankle movement. That was the starter. But then as the program continued, of course, technically it was more than proficient, but it was just a masterclass in the multi-dimensional movement. And that is an aspect of composition, is for the skater to be able to showcase a range of movement. And now that was the back bend to start. And thereafter, the beautiful split jump here, the body off core and off axis, that just so much which she's got in her vocabulary of movement. And then you back it up with that beautiful triple lutz to facilitate good creative execution on the technical elements as well.
And there's the triple flip. Maybe a touchdown with the free foot, lifts higher on the triple toe loop. Great extension, beautiful extensions and all. Look at that right there as well. And the deep edges, nice little moves there. It just, this is a very high level of quality of every step, every spin, and every jump.
Yeah, and I mean, aesthetically just so visually pleasing. Every line is clean, the free leg always extended, the fingertips on point. And actually, the change foot combination spin, she did the windmill feature, and every one of the windmills was articulating the music. And that level of attention to detail is so impressive and so justifying of high grade of execution. Just wonderful.
The flexibility in the back and in the hips and the leg, extensions and the toe turnout, all those small details. So it's not really much to talk about as far as, how does she get better? She's already at a very high level, of course. Much more to come from this young skater.
Yeah, I suppose with a skater like this, it's not whether or not it's a positive grade of execution. Is it, pushing towards +4s and +5s rather than, plus versus negative?
Exactly. Here's the score, 72.74. A big score for Sofia Zebka, and she moves into first place by a good 5 points. 5.5 point lead over Karen Miyazaki of Japan. Our next skater, another neutral athlete, Varvara Saovic.
And interesting, Varvara explaining that her journey to the ice was not driven by competitive ambition, but by a doctor's advice. She had persistent childhood illness, and that led her to skating as a way to improve her health.
Ville en fête et en délire, suffocant sous le soleil et sous la joie. Et j'entends dans la musique les cris, les rires qui éclatent et rebondissent autour de moi. Et perdu parmi ces gens qui me bousculent, étourdi, désemparé, je reste là. Quand soudain je me retourne, il se recule, et la foule vient me jeter entre ses bras. Emportés par la foule qui nous traîne, nous entraîne, écrasés l'un contre l'autre, nous ne formons qu'un seul corps. Et le flot sans effort nous pousse enchaîner l'un et l'autre, et retombe tous deux épanouis, enivrés et heureux. Il fait si froid dehors, ici c'est confortable, laissez-vous faire, milord, et prenez bien vos aises, vos peines sur mon cœur, et vos pieds sur une chaise, je vous connais, milord, vous ne m'avez jamais vu, mais vous pleurez, milord.
Neutral athlete Varvara Stahovic completes her short program. And for me, the highlight element was the double axel, the fifth of the 7 elements for Varvara. And just disappointing for her to leave the ice with the mistake on the jump combo, the triple flip, triple toe, unsuccessful, and a pretty bad fall on that, but it didn't prevent her from staying committed to the rest of the program. Actually, Varvara is learning Chinese as well, so she'll be particularly glad to be here.
Here's the triple flip, triple toe loop on the outside of the circle. Doesn't complete the rotation, takes a hard fall, come back down the ice with the triple lutz, gets that done. Pretty quick in rotation, up into the double axel, good flow on the landing, and some nice spins as well.
And Varvara has explained that she is only 13 years of age, but determined to build a long and successful career. So I sense from the communication with her that she's an athlete mindful of the senior level athletes as well, and wanting to replicate that over the course of the next decade or so. So this, her first Junior Grand Prix, very much a stepping stone, hopefully a long and successful career.
Recognizing that it takes time is such an important aspect to the success long term for any athletes. And she has a 60.31 short program score, and that'll put her currently into 7th place. Our next skater represents Israel, 16-year-old Isabella Kirilova, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She was 8th at the Black Sea Ice Cup earlier this season.
Now, a huge amount of background intel on Isabella. So this, an opportunity for us to sit back and enjoy the skater debuting on the Junior Grand Prix. She will skate to Warriors. She intends to open this short program with her most difficult element, the triple lutz.
Isabella Krylova representing Israel. Unfortunate that she's the 25th of the skaters to compete thus far, and yet she's the first to have incurred a couple of falls on the jumps, and those jumping passes obviously so valuable to those skaters' overall score, so that was far from what she was hoping for. And as you mentioned as we were off air, Ted, I think perhaps a skater that is obviously capable of the triple jumps that were intended, but just not comfortable with them.
Yeah,
as yet.
I think she's learned them in practice, and applying them now in competitions a bit of a different, not a bit, it's a big difference in competition.
Yeah.
So she's just at that development stage. Here's the triple Lutz attempt. Hands above the head, looks under-rotated. I don't have actually the result monitor, so you could fill us in on that.
It's gone in as the downgrade, actually.
Oh, downgrade, exactly. Over-rotation on the double axle. Didn't stop that upper body. Just continued on that landing edge. Has to take the fall. Not tight in the air on the flip and loose. This is a nice traveling 3 turns into this back camel. Well centered. There's the change of edge feature. Keeps that spin nice and tight and centered. Losing a little bit of speed on the second side.
Just looking back at the intel that is being applied for Isabella from the technical panel, they've assigned all 3 of the spins at level 3 and the step sequence at level 3 too. And for many, the step sequence is difficult to achieve the higher level 3s and level 4s, but Isabella obviously showcasing a sufficient level of edge quality to satisfy the requirements by the technical panel. Xi'An. But just difficult kiss and cry moment when you know that you've had a skate you're not proud of, per se.
Yeah, you feel you have the opportunity and you miss that opportunity, but it doesn't matter whether you skate well or not. It is an opportunity to learn, and that is the process for every skater here. They may not know it at the time. Let's take a look at the scores. 35.36, and that'll put Isabella currently into 20th place. Our next skater represents Uzbekistan, Elizaveta Grashchenkova, 15 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Elizaveta has good success earlier in the season, winning silver in the Coupe de Printemps, and she will skate this short program to Toxic.
And Elizaveta, online on social media, has showcased some incredibly impressive jumping passes. She's landed quadruple loop online. What will she be able to deliver now? She starts her program with the triple flip, triple toe.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear warning. It's dangerous, I'm falling. There's no escape, I can't wait to need a hit. Baby, give me it, you're dangerous, I'm loving it.
Uzbekistan's Elizaveta Grashenkova. I'm so glad, effectively, Ted, that I was able to find a little bit more about Elizaveta on her social media posting to be able to share the fact that this is a skater who can land a triple axel and has done quadruple loop jumps. So a skater that is obviously very comfortable with jumping, enjoys jumping, and capable of impressive feats. But of course, the score that she's going to get here is indicative of what she performed in competition under the pressure of the 2-minute 50 performance with the 6 other elements.
And you can see the strength in which she delivers. Here's that triple flip. She's powerful in the takeoff, gets enough height, but not up on the triple toe loop enough. Back on the heel on the landing and takes the fall. So that's the first thing she has to bring with her. Here's the double axel, little off. Good lift though, but again, a little too far forward. So she's bringing her nerve along in the program, and this was really unfortunate here, the triple Lutz attempt. It looked good to start, but didn't get up and fast enough in the air, so really only does a double. It'd be a downgrade, and there's the sit spin as well. So she's powerful and she's strong, and I think she has pretty good technique, but not on this night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the challenge of being able to divide your time in training, because Elizaveta will have had to devote so much time to the likes of the triple axel and the quadruple jumps, but then now it's just being competition ready to be able to deliver good creative executions with what is effectively simpler elements than she's capable of, but being able to do it with the stamina and fitness required.
You know, for those that don't know, you know, for viewers out there, learning the jump is one thing, but learning the jump in competition is another. And so there's so many aspects and things that enter your mind and your body during competition that prevent you from repeating the technique that works in practice. And so it's a whole process. You need to compete a lot in order to be able to learn how to cope under that stress.
The panel there, just looking now at the final 2 elements, the flying camel spin that's currently been input into the system during performance as a level 3, and now you can see the technical panel just assessing whether or not positions were established correctly and rotations were achieved correctly to keep that in, and I can confirm now that it has remained as a flying camel spin level 3. It's so wonderful, Ted, that we get the chance to see the tech panel just to confirm that everything we spoke about last year over the course of the 2025 Junior Grand Prix, they are real people and they are doing a job.
It's an amazing job, and I look forward to at some point, I'm sure, hopefully, that the audience will be able to access or hear that if they choose to, or, you know, revealed at some point, because it's so efficient. It's just amazing, and it's a certain type of person that can do that well, that is completely focused at the task at hand, and that's all they see and it's all they feel. So it's really interesting. I've been on many of those panels. Let's take a look at the scores. 35.26 for Elizaveta, and that'll put her into 21st place. Our next competitor represents Australia, 14-year-old Kaylin Shimagaki. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 21st in Ankara last season. She is Australia's junior silver medalist, coached by Sonoko Nakano and choreographed by Akiko Suzuki, world bronze medalist in 2012.
And Kaylin skates her short program to Butterfly Lovers. Killen
Representing
Shimogaki
Australia.
showcasing improvement and a nice smile to greet the audience at the conclusion of her program. And this, Ted, interestingly, Kaylin, one of the first skaters that I have seen with Kaori Sakamoto listed as one of the coaches. Kaori, the world champion, joining Sonoko Nakano and Mitsuko Graham in that amazing coaching regime that they have in Japan. And now Kaylin has relocated there as we see Mitsuko running across to her now.
And if Kaori's watching right now, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for your
Yeah.
your brilliant career as we take a look at this triple Sako. Gets that done. Free leg back, double toe loop. A little bit too far back on the heel. Has to put the free foot down. And coming down the ice here for the triple Lutz, which is downgraded. I'm assuming my system doesn't work, Mark. You can
Yes,
verify that, yeah.
It's downgraded.
And then the double axe, a little loose in the air. You want to be nice, have those feet tucked straight down, nice and straight and tight and strong in the air to rotate faster. There's that change of edge there. Broken free leg a little bit on the camel spin. Nice fast laid back spin at the end of the program.
Side to back feature. Coming up into the Spielmann, named after 1981 world champion from Switzerland, Denise Spielmann. And there, Mitsuko Graham, one of the coaches that helped Kaori Sakamoto onto her many world titles. What a wonderful source of information for Kaylin Shimogaki, who the second of true Australian competitors in this event. As we mentioned earlier when Isabella Wang competed, Australian skaters have more entries now in this season's Junior Grand Prix because of the success of Hannah Bath last year.
And that contributes really to the next generation coming up, of course. Let's take a look at the scores. For Kaylin at 43.36, and that will put her currently into 15th place. Our next competitor represents the United States of America, 16-year-old Anika Chow. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season. She recently won the silver medal at the Cranberry Open at the Skating Club of Boston just a few weeks ago.
And this program, the music of pas de deux, and the intention of the choreography is as if she has a partner. Annika Chow finishes a short program, and as we were off air, we were remarking on so many of the little nuances and the classic refinements to this piece of choreography by her coach, Grant Hochstein. A brilliant piece. Just Annika, as experienced as she is on the Junior Grand Prix, knows that a fall on the jump combination is really pretty critical to result.
What beautiful, beautiful line and interpretation of the music by Annika. And so unfortunate, just unexpected. I think we'll take a look at this and see she catches her heel on the landing here. Let's take a look, slow this down. There's the triple flip. Beautiful in the air. Right there, caught the heel and takes the fall backwards. And now she has to carry that forward throughout the rest of the program. But she did a beautiful job coming back and keeping the program connected to the music. The double axel was lovely. Extension on the landing. And here's the triple lutz. This was so important for her, but she took it way up in the air. That was beautiful. Nice soft landing. Great fight back. And traveling sort of like a layback in the step sequence. Very cool.
Really, really cool. And the multi-directional skating done with an effortlessness that should lend itself to a good skating skills component score. And just appreciating that there is so much detail in this. And the final change boot combination spin designed by one of our coaches, Caroline Zhang, who is responsible for creating her own spin, the Pearl spin. Really put to good use here on the musicality of this with the different features too.
Yeah, that was a glorious element, really. Just beautifully executed, high quality positions, speed, you name it. Beautifully centered as well right into the ending. And you can see maybe a little of the frustration with that one element miss, but she's, really charming both on the ice and off the ice as a person, and maybe a little disappointed with that element, but what beautiful quality. And we'll see much more of that in the free program. Let's take a look at the scores in just a few moments. Maybe it's not as bad as she thinks. I'm not sure. I don't have my my screen working. So,
to be fair, Ted, I should also acknowledge they had a nightmare travel. They had flight delays, missed connections. It took 40 hours for Annika to get here. So it's hardly been the ideal preparation for this short program for Annika.
Well, there it is, 52.96 for Annika Chow from the United States. That'll put her in 11th place. And a little disappointment for Annika, but such a beautiful skater. Much more to come, and in a field with a lot of top skaters, a lot of top quality, a big mistake is so costly. Step aside as you get introduced to the final group, group number 6.
Representing Netherlands,
荷兰选手
Luca Dijkhuizen. Representing Latvia,
拉脱维亚选手
Natasa Yermoliska. Representing Hong Kong, China,
中国香港选手郭信怡。
Representing Singapore,
新加坡选手
Viana Shenro Linke. Representing India,
印度选手
Jesse Raj Matrapu. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
And we're back, Mark, with the final group in the women's event. 34 skaters, 6 groups. And, of course, stay with us. We'll be covering the pair short program. There are 10 teams to cover after the ice resurfacing after this final group. Mark, do we have any more questions coming in from the viewers?
We do, and there are lots of really good ones, so I don't know where to start.
How about the easy ones? Start with the easy ones.
Okay. Okay, the first one. Why do most skaters... Actually, no, I'll start easier. Were there any cases where skaters get the maximum grade of execution for an element? So for those that aren't familiar with the term grade of execution, the range that the judges are allowed to give for each of the 7 elements is from a -5, which generally happens if a fall has taken place, to a +5, the maximum. And it's very rare that a skater will achieve +5 from every one of the judges. I know that the skater Moni Chiba, who's current world medalist from Japan, she has had +5 grade of execution on her layback spin, I think twice now from all of the judges. That is extremely rare,
Yeah.
but it has happened.
Yeah, and also just the grade of execution, for those who may not understand that term, it really means quality. So the grade of execution, the quality of the element itself. So you have the base value for each element, and then the grade of execution can add up to 5 or subtract up to 5, depending on the specific error, of course, or the specific criteria required to meet that level 5, adding those points. So it sounds a little bit complicated, but it's not. It's pretty clear. Base value, you add to it by quality, and you subtract from that base value with mistakes.
And that really leads us into one of the next really great questions, asking why do most of the skaters in this Grand Prix event get only a grade of execution that is less than 2 points? So each of the elements has an assigned scale of values. And if you look at communication number 2786, if you so desire, you can go to the ISU's communication numbers, and there you will find the scale of value. And so for the athletes, each of the elements that have 7 in this short program will have an assigned value. And on that scale of values, they can then add or subtract. Now, if we were to just give you context, for the most difficult element that we've seen in our sport, say quadruple axel, that that has 12.5 points. If the skater has a maximum +5 POE, they add 50% of the value. If they have -5 from every judge, they subtract half of the value. So that's a general rule of thumb for what can happen to the technical score based on the additions or subtractions.
Okay, Mark, well done. You just went deeply down a rabbit hole there. But basically, it's the math. That scale of value chart, which is on the ISU website, is math. That's what it is. It's math, and based on specific criteria that apply to those numbers. So, no, good explanation, though, really. I'm just joking. But it is math, though. Comes down to that.
So true. And I suppose that's what's probably great that you're acknowledging, is that it's math. It's indisputable, those numbers that they can be found online, so that the skaters know themselves. It's not like it's we like that triple lutz more than that triple lutz, so therefore it will only get X, Y, or Z. There is criteria for the skaters to know what to achieve.
And going to the report card of all that math, the skater skates, the math is applied, the result comes out, and they get a report card telling them what was the reduction or the addition to their elements, and they know it. I mean, they know it so well. Coming off the ice, they're not complaining about the judging, saying, oh, they didn't give me this, they didn't give me that. They look at it, and they see their own mistakes, they know exactly what points they lost or what they gained.
And the next question, it somewhat kind of leads itself into what the skaters will be designing for their jump content. The question comes in as to what do we think the craziest combo we can expect this season. And for those that are real aficionados of the sport and have been up to date with the changes that have been made, we can expect to see in the free skate portions of the competition quite unique combinations. This year, or this season, I should say, now skaters can use an Euler, which is like a connecting jump of sorts, in a different way within the jump combinations and sequences. So if any of you have been watching some of the domestic events that have been happening in the summer months, you'll see skaters attempting much more time-consuming jumping passes which have high values. So we've seen things like triple axel, Euler, triple flip, double axel, or we've seen much more elongated jump combos, and the skaters have worked with that to increase their value.
For the viewers that don't know much about skating, an Euler really is just like a little hop. It's not like a multi-rotational jump, so that it's just a connecting little hop to get. It's also called a half loop, mostly in North America, but it used to have a value to it. It doesn't anymore this season.
Yeah, true. So the next question is more pertinent for you, Mr. Burton.
Oops.
How can you guys travel so much? So I am. This is where I play my family card with young kids and say that I'm going to go to only 4 of these events.
Well, hopefully it's true
unfortunately,
that you have a
jet lag.
family with young kids, because I'm gonna kill you if you don't. No.
Exactly.
Well, you know, we love doing this, and I'm been retired from my main job for about a year now, and I have this project and a number of other projects, and I love the juniors. I love working with Mark, and I won't be doing this for a huge amount of time moving into the future. So you get on a plane, you sit down, and you hibernate, and you go to sleep, and you get to the next city, and you continue on. So I don't know, you just do it. I don't know how these skaters get through their program. So
Yeah.
there you go. Okay,
Well,
Mark, our next skater.
And opening this final group in the junior women's short program in this first Grand Prix event of the season, Karina Shesterikova from Estonia, skating to a wonderful track title, I'm Not a Hairdresser. Estonia's Karina Shesterikova, her junior Grand Prix debut, but a skater that has had lots of international experience throughout European events. She comes to this fresh off a 4th place finish at the Estonian Junior Grand Prix test skates. It's unfortunate that this time the jump combo evaded her for Karina. Look back now, where the opening element was more successful, the triple lutz.
And here it is, vacuum right up over the pick. Nice and straight and tight in the air, a little bit forward on the landing, slowed that down a little bit. And here comes triple flip, pops into a single, into a double toe loop. So that combination is really very, very costly. And she carried the disappointment throughout the rest of the program. The double axel gets that done. Nice.
Just struggling to establish the camel feature spin positions. They're just debating the height of the free leg there as well. So ideally over time, wanting to work on the clarity of the positions for the features to make it a little easier for the technical panel to give the maximum level that Karina is vying for. This though was good, the windmill feature. We're heading into the sit side broken leg position. This year, the jump within the spin has to be into sit spin or camel spin. Just the upright.
And you can see, you know, disappointment for her in the kiss and cry, waiting for the scores. But again, experience. She's got the free program coming up. And the score for the short program for Karina is 37.57. That'll put her currently into 21st place. Our next skater represents Netherlands, Luca Dijkhuizen. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. She competed last year in Ankara and Gdansk. She has a top score in the short program of 50.25.
Luca has been traveling all over from Switzerland to the United States and Netherlands in preparation for this event. Dutch skater Luca Dijkhuizen finishes a short program that had some fun and different and unique takes on the program composition and presentation. and strong jumping passes as well. But as is a recurring theme, unfortunately, a jump combination that is not successful. It's costly for a skater that I think looks stronger and technically more proficient than she was last season, quite visibly.
Yeah, no
It's
question.
Thomas.
You can see some really good choreographic and body movement at the opening of this program. The powerful skaters we see here entering the triple flip and just has to flip out of it. A little bit on a lean there. Unfortunate double axel strong. Powerful takeoff. Could extend on the landings a little bit more. Point the toe, stretch the free leg. There's the triple Lutz. Gets that free leg back just barely in time. Great work on that to save it. And there's some steps.
And I think that the I was going to say, Ted, that the music choice lends itself to the. Isn't the most artistic or balletic in stylization. I think the music choice given to play to her strengths, but indisputably that can be an area of improvement as the season progresses, continuing to refine the body alignment to pacify the judges' criteria of blade and body control, so that increased awareness of arms and legs.
And there's so much to learn. It takes so many years to learn all those aspects, from jumps and spins in connection with music, etc. Let's take a look at the scores. For Luca, 45.84, and that'll place her for the moment at least into 14th place. Our next competitor represents Latvia, Natasa Jumeliska. 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix, 14th and 16th place finishes last season. And she's coached by Sergei Rozanov.
It's her critical jump combination that is intended to start this program. Latvia's Natasha, she too looking frustrated. But interesting, she made a coaching change and joined Sergei Rozanov and Polina in June, and they were just acknowledging that the process of recreating, repackaging, restyling, and changing some of the sort of neural pathways of an athlete at this point in their career, because obviously Natasha's capable of triple jumps, but it's now just developing and making new default settings for the skating skills. So a skater is still under development, under a new direction, as we see good elevation on the triple flip. A double three turn separating that with the triple toe loop.
Yeah, fast in rotation. There's the double axel, a little bit off center, but she manages to hold the landing. Here is the triple Lutz. And watch here. She takes a fall on this, unfortunately. Looked pretty good in the air. She has to flip out, get up, and go right into the layback with no preparation. Does a nice job in that, getting off of the ice into the layback right away.
And challenging as we look at the change foot combination spin. This was great. Maintenance of the speed. Which is a little bit premature, perhaps, coming out of that outside edge sit spin. Needing to make sure she has the sufficient rotation for the level call, but maybe she was just conscious of the music coming to a conclusion as Polina sits with her in the kiss and cry. I think, what can be so challenging for the athletes is to recognize that if there's a plan for progression, sometimes it's not visible in scores immediately. So it's more of a sort of long-term athlete development.
Yeah. Take a look at the technical panel, just checking the elements. And it's so we always talk about this because it's always true, particularly in the junior category. The growth, and I don't mean the physical growth, but the growth of a skater technically and emotionally and artistically takes a good 3 to 4 year period of time. We watch that in a number of performances, and it can go up and down along the way, but this is the most important time in the development of an elite senior athlete, is what they do in juniors and what they learn in juniors, and you learn through the mistakes that you make. So it's such an important time. When you get into seniors, of course, you've already established yourself as a good technical skater for the most part, and more mature and connected to the music as well. So we see a little bit more up and down in the juniors. It's just part of the process.
And really, the earlier that the skater, at this stage, better now to spend the time devoting to changing those fundamentals now, because it gets later, it gets more impossible.
Yeah, more difficult, that's for sure. The short program score for Natasha is at 45.35, and that'll put her, for the moment at least, into 15th place. Our next skater represents Hong Kong. Ariel Wo, 15 years old. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season. She recently won the Thailand Open in Bangkok. She's coached by Jia Li Wang and choreographed in the short program by Benoit Richaud.
And Ariel made it to the free skate at Junior Worlds last season, hoping to continue climbing towards the top and look good in warm-up.
I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down. Right off your feet. Boom, 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 boom.
Representing Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong's Ariel Guo skates cleanly, so we have missed jump combinations from many of the athletes, and Ariel manages to deliver. And the beginning of the program, particularly, I really appreciated the beginning of the program choreography, the musicality, the intention. Perhaps it can be refined now later in the program, but a unique stance.
And
Good to
talking
see.
about the technical, about the jumping particularly, not a big jumper at all, but so quick into rotation and out of rotation. She's so fast that she's not in the air for a long time to make mistakes. Watch how quick she gets into rotation. She's in it right now, and she's out of it. In tight, out. So really excellent rotation, quickness, and exit. And it doesn't require her to be too high in the air as we take a look at the lots. Fast in rotation, out. Maybe not the highest quality because not as much space covered in the air or distance on the ice, but still very quick and very efficient.
Yes, great upright variation within the change for combination spin. What was interesting is we look at Ariel just working through the final element, the layback spin, just to see she, as so many of the skaters do, on the landing of the jumps, checking the tracing on the ice. And you could just see Ariel looking down to see whether or not it was indeed fully rotated, and get a little bit of feedback from the technical panel as they review that shortly.
Well, I love the intensity in her performance. A great piece of music, and she performs extremely well to it. The whole package is good. So some work and refinement, particularly, as you mentioned, as we take a look at the technical panel, they finished their work. And waiting for the scores. Pretty good score, 59.88, and that'll put Ariel Guo currently into 9th place. Nice job. Good program. Our next skater representing Singapore, Viana Shenro-Linka, 17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. She's coached by Tir Asart, choreographed by Bogdan Berzenko.
Viana had explained that this, her 4th year in the Junior Grand Prix, and so grateful for everything that she said the Junior Grand Prix has taught her, skating to Ludovico Einaudi's experience.
A woman's work, a woman's prerogative, a woman's time to embrace. She must put herself first. Yes, I heard you needed me. Yes, I'm here to open you. Yes, I know that your heart is blue. I feel for the fire. Come Mary Magdalene, creature of desire. Come just a little bit closer till we collide.
Viana Shenru-Linka. Viana completes a short program that has 6 of the 7 elements under review, so that's just a little indication of some of the challenges that she faced. But Viana, as I mentioned, so grateful for these experiences, and she's not shy in acknowledging how much she has grown as a human from the experiences of being a Junior Grand Prix competitor. And she said that that's what's perhaps aided her to try to push herself creatively with this short program, trying to showcase a complex character of a strong, misunderstood but resilient woman. As we look back at the triple salto double toe, which was not her friend completely today.
And it's interesting your thoughts on this, Mark. How important is it to have a story, even though the audience will not know what that story is? It's not printed anywhere, but a story to be able to hang on to and understand through your interpretation. How important is that for you're a choreographer?
Well, it's so important insofar as the judges are looking to see if the skater shows engagement and commitment and involvement based on an understanding of the music. Now, how they're engaged, how they're committed, and how they're involved isn't something the judges need to know. They need to see that the skater is connected. And so for the skater to then have a story, that's undoubtedly going to give them some semblance of connection, and therefore increase the chances of showcasing the judges what they need to see.
And what do you think about the audience knowing what the story is? Is that I think it's great value for the audience. It may not be necessarily for the skater. I'm not sure. What are your thoughts?
I think it'd be wonderful if we could just continue to learn more about the process of the skater. So knowing their story or knowing their motivation, to me, would be just wonderful to give us more context for the output of what we get to see.
Yeah,
That's why I'm always asking.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think it's great. I love hearing the stories or the root of the theme itself and how the choreography is born out of an idea or out of a story. And I love that. I think it's part of the attraction to our sport. But again, it's just left up to the individual. And many people say, well, you should be able to see the story, but it's hard if you don't know the sport very much. So as we take a look at the technical panel again, and they've had a lot of airtime today, so yeah, it's great. And they have the right to sort of say no, don't use that camera, but we really appreciate them allowing us to take a look at their work, and also for us here in the broadcast booth to be able to hear their work on through the headset. So we really appreciate their cooperation and trying to broaden how we showcase our sport and what we talk about a little bit. And there's such an important part of the result, of course.
So important. And now for Viana, I wonder how much she wishes that she could hear back. But that said, with the experience that she's had over the course of the past 4 years, she's probably going to be comfortable knowing what is likely to come up. And
yes.
It's one thing being educated in how the judges and the technical panels come to their score, and then a whole other thing and trying to make sure that you can continue to develop your technique to give
you don't really see often the skaters are so surprised at the score. Sometimes they're surprised they got as high as they did, right? But
exactly.
They kind of know what they've did, and they know where they've lost, and they know where they've gained.
And sometimes I think as we wait for Viana's scores now, that the skaters who are more surprised at their score are the ones that have really improved the technique and the basic skating skills, and that's when the sort of baseline for the judges is easier to give.
Yeah.
Rather than just a good or bad day.
Short program score 35.10 for Viana, and that'll put her currently in the 28th place. Our final competitor in the women's short program represents India, Jessie Raj Mathrapu, coached here by Richard Laidlaw. In choreograph, it says Self. So she did her choreography on this program, and she'll skate to Never Enough by The Greatest Showman.
Jessie, a skater who was a roller skater until just a year ago.
I'm trying to hold my breath, let it stay this way, can't let this moment end. You set off a dream, getting louder Will you share this with me? 'Cause darling, without you, all the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be enough. All the shine of 1,000 spotlights, all the stars we steal from the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Towers of gold are still too little. These hands could hold the world, but it'll never be enough, never be for me, for me.
Representing India, Jessie Raj Makabu.
Jessie Raj Matrapu completes the women's short program and saving a fascinating story for the final competitor in this event. This is a skater that said started on roller skates and switched to ice just a year ago. She's the silver medalist in Asian Roller Championships, but in terms of an ice rink, her city doesn't have a rink, and so she must travel 2,000 kilometers to train on ice for competition season. And Jessie has explained that she will endlessly scroll online watching skating because she has to educate herself through, online tuition because she simply doesn't have access to a rink as readily. What a fascinating example of resilience and perseverance to be able to compete here and represent India.
And if you ever wonder why I love the juniors, it's because of stories like that. It's incredible. And the male skater from India as well has a similar story. Just started ice skating 3 months ago. We'll see him, of course, tomorrow. So just fascinating stories about human passion for an art or for a sport and what they're willing to do to participate. It's really spectacular.
And Richard Laidlaw helping the Indian skating team here. He's been asked to help by the federation, and you just wonder for Jessie, because she's doing so much research on her own, had she the resources and access to a rink, what more could she achieve? Because to be able to do that in a year without even access to a rink within a 2,000 kilometer distance, it's amazing.
Jessie had beautiful spins, those camel spins, the flying camel spin, really nice position. How do you learn that so quickly? Now, mind you, they do have roller skating experience, so certainly some of the elements, or most of the elements, are very similar.
But I was thinking the roller skaters, they spin on their heels. So, again,
not
similar,
good here.
but not transferable.
No,
really admirable.
It is very admirable. Jessie, keep going. You have a passion for the sport, and we have a passion for the effort that you make to participate in this beautiful sport. 13.41 for Jessie Raj Mathapru is 34th in the short program. Wow, that concludes the coverage of the women's short program. Some really brilliant skates, Mark, some interesting stories as we take a look at the final results so far. Sofia Zepka, 72.74, Karen Miyazaki, 67.21. Top two skaters in the event so far. And that concludes our coverage. Up next, the final event here on day one, the pairs short program. There are 10 teams 3 groups. We hope that you will stay with us for that coverage. We'll be back.